All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, council and staff and the viewing public, and welcome to our council meeting of Wednesday, October 21st, 2020. We do have an agenda in front of us, and it was published last week. And is there any additions or deletions to the agenda from council or staff? If there's anything to add? If not, can I have a mover and a seconder? So, Deputy Mayor, do you have an addition, or are you moving it?
Just an announcement. It is Back to the Future Day today for all those 90s kids out there watching.
Well, you know what? Huey Lewis sang the song "It's the Power of Love" for, I think, was on Back to the Future. So there you go. Thank you for that. Are you moving that, Deputy Mayor, for the agenda? Okay, and Councillor Nielsen, Madam Clerk.
I just want to clarify that this motion will require 2/3 as we are amending the procedure bylaw to allow an extension for the DFA presentation to 1 hour.
Okay, and if it doesn't approve or it doesn't get supported, then what? Never mind. All right, so that is the change to the agenda that was published. Any discussion on that on the agenda? If not, all in favor? That is carried. Okay. All right. So to our procedure bylaw, we do have a portion of our beginning of our agenda for open forum, and those who wish to make comments, 3 minutes to have comments to our agenda that is published. So, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody in waiting in the sense to speak to our agenda, or Deputy Clerk?
Hi there. We have Jim Harold speaking on item 10.7.
Okay, is that the only one registered? Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Yes, that's the only registration for open forum we have today.
Okay, so then I will move forward then. And is Jim on the line? Jim, are you out there? Mr. Harold?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry I'm a moment late. I had to park my DeLorean.
Well, that's good. We would want you to park it. That's for sure. So you know the rules, and you're speaking to 10.7, and whenever you would like to start, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. 10.7 is a bylaw that outlines the terms of reference for the proposed Economic Development Advisory Group. And thank you for this opportunity to address it. Again, I appear in front of you as an individual, no conflict. I'm not representing anyone else or any other organization. I had a discussion recently with the Director of Economic Development about the bylaw, and we had a good and long and I think productive conversation. And from that conversation, I drew a few conclusions I'd like to share with you today. One is, with 13 people proposed to be in the committee, I believe it is too large. And with respect, there are too many councillors who are already busy people. I would suggest a smaller committee of 7 to 9 people, including 2 people from council, the mayor, and perhaps the council or the liaison councillor would be appropriate, plus 1 staff member. That would leave 4 to 6 members at large. And my experience about appointing public members would suggest that it's problematic if you try to recruit people by sector. The proposed bylaw has representative from retail, from agriculture, from this and that and everything else. And the problem with that is based on literature and experience that those individuals who are there to represent a particular sector tend to narrow their perspectives on their sector and can lead to a conflict of interest where they, instead of looking out for the good of all of Grey Highlands, and they end up focusing solely on their sector. So I would suggest that based on the evidence that's out there and the literature that's on this, that 4 to 6 members at large would be appropriate. This would require a more thorough vetting process. And I think I would suggest 2 criteria. One would be that looking for applicants who have a broad interest in the municipality and its well-being of its citizens, and not just one sector or their own business. And also, I think it would be good to have people who have some experience or at least some proven interest in the area. I would encourage you to have a good discussion around the ideas that I brought forward. As you know, when I do have a burr or a minor burr or even a suggestion, I bring it forward directly to council. I hope that you will perhaps engage conversation with the Director of Economic Development as well before considering the bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Jim. And I just want to see if there's any, so there's no opportunity for questions, but thank you very much for bringing that forward. And you look after that DeLorean.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, bye now. Okay, so just to double check to you, Deputy Clerk, is there anybody else that has come in that wishes to speak?
Nope, Mr. Harold was our only one.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that, Deputy Clerk. Okay, so then moving on to our agenda then. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest with council members today? Okay, so if one does arise, you can raise it at that time if it appears to, you appear to have one. So moving on then to the minutes of I guess that's October 7th, 2020. Can I have a mover and a seconder for those minutes? Member Councillor Little, Deputy Mayor Desai. Are there any errors or omissions in those minutes? Okay, hearing none, then all in favor then? That is carried. Okay, thank you. All right, so now moving on to our delegations and presentations. We did make a change October 7th to allow 2 delegations in addition to our presentation schedule for the remainder of 2020. So if somebody's watching along, we did make that slight change to that. And we have 3 here. Our first one is item 6.1, and this is with regards to Cindy Evans, and this is with regards to chip truck. And to our procedure bylaw, the individuals have 10 minutes to speak to these as they wish, and they may want to leave some time for questions from council. Jerry Lynn, Madam Clerk, Deputy Clerk, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just noticed that Cindy was in the meeting and then she had left the meeting. So I have emailed her and I'm wondering if we want to see if the second delegation could maybe go before and see if Cindy could rejoin the meeting.
Okay. Want to wait like 10 seconds to see if we get a response? We can move on to the next one then, if you wish.
Sure, sure.
And Madam Deputy Clerk, are the other delegations in queue?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, well, if they're okay to go next,
Okay.
we can take them and then go back to Ms. Evans after the fact. So
Great.
this is so item 6.2 then for the viewing public. This is with regards to concerned citizens of Baseline Road. And this is with regards to an entrance being approved or being considered. And so are they available to speak? Who's speaking?
Patricia has joined the meeting.
Okay, so Patricia, okay, I just don't have her name in front of me here.
Patricia, are you able to unmute?
Sorry.
So this is Patricia Boyle?
Yes, it is.
Welcome. And
thank you very much.
And so you, just for procedurally before you start, you have 10 minutes for your time slot. If you wish to have time for questions, you may want to save that from council. They do have some questions for clarity, but just whenever you're ready to start, then the time will start.
Thank you very much, Mayor McSweeney and councillors. Thank you again for allowing time for our delegations to engage with council today. As you see on the slide, my name is Pat Boyle, and I am representing the concerned citizens of Baseline Road. It's delegation. I am presenting our safety concerns today regarding an entrance permit recently approved or being considered for Baseline Road. Next slide, please. The purpose of this presentation is to continue the very meaningful discussion we've been having with our elected representatives. We requested a meeting with the Director of Transportation as well on September 16th, and we did not hear back, and that's why we're here today. Who are we? Next slide, please. We are 4 families who have laid down roots here. Personally, my family came to Grey Highlands in 1989. We 4 families live within 300 meters of one another. We are 5 entrances now, and we are opposing a 6th entrance. Following is a quick overview of the events to date. Next slide, please. Since submitting today's presentation, there have been additional events. On October 15th, there were paint lines drawn on the road, Baseline Road, at the 200-yard mark. This seems consistent with the entrance policy minimum site guidelines for a commercial permit request. It's important for us that everyone understand that the minimum, and you may already know this, but the minimum site distance requirements at the 80-kilometer-an-hour speed limit is from 180 meters, not at 180 meters. This is important that we have clear sight the whole way, especially through the existing dip in our road. In our view, the north sight line does not comply with the municipality's entrance permit policy. Next slide, please. If possible, could we also call up the picture of the north sight line? Is that possible to do?
Jerry Lynn, are you able to do that? Oh, there we are.
Thank you very much. That's it. So this is the picture of the north sight line taken in accordance with the distance specifications as follows. They're on page 15 of the entrance policy, and these are the minimum site distance measurements. You have to be back from the road 3 meters or 10 feet. I took this picture. You have to be back from the road 3 meters or 10 feet. The picture needs to be taken at eye height, which is 1.05 meters or 3 feet 5 inches. And the object in the distance needs to be 1.3 meters high or 4 feet 3 inches. You can see just past the second telephone pole there, the road takes a dip and you cannot see a vehicle. This picture was also taken when there were leaves on the trees, which is probably the worst sight distance that we experienced there. And the picture was taken 10 feet back and it's from the road surface. So I took it 10 feet back from where you kind of see the asphalt ending. Okay, thank you very much. If we could go to the next slide. Minimum site distance, however, is not the main consideration. On pages 14 and 15 of the entrance policy, we have listed before minimum sight line, we have the safe movement of traffic, favorable vision, grade, and road conditions, and we have a final consideration, a 4th consideration of truck traffic where applicable. And truck traffic is a big factor for us, especially during harvest. We would easily be getting a minimum anywhere from 2 to 5 trucks an hour. So when we look at the policy, and I mean, it's a very carefully written policy, we see it as being very fair, and that the overriding consideration in the policy is safety, both now and in the future. Determining safety takes skill and judgment. No one knows the road like the residents, and we were not consulted. Next slide, please. It was explained to us that entrance permits are not a formal public process typically, but this does not mean the public does not have input. Following is a description of a typical day on Baseline Road. There are several steep hills. The one that our entrances are on is the steepest. Traffic has been increasing. The condition of the road is poor due to the high volume of cars and trucks. There are potholes. Trucks use this route as a bypass for the lights in Fleshton. Northbound cars off Highway 4 often travel at excessive speeds. Horses and buggies use the road regularly. The Gospel Light Church and School receives vehicular traffic daily, and pedestrians walk on this road regularly. The entrance in question will be the 5th entrance on the hill and the 6th entrance in total. To us, we have a very legitimate safety concern, and it feels like a recipe for disaster. Next slide, please. Okay, the next slide is the one that says bottom line. Thank you. It can be demonstrated that the 6th entrance is dangerous. We are requesting a copy of the entrance permit and staff report. Next slide, please. We are also asking for council to rescind the entrance permit. We are prepared, if required, to obtain an independent road study report and there to decide on what our next steps would be. And we would consider a judicial review if that was necessary. In closing, I'm going to use the famous quote that I'm sure you're all familiar with. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can make a difference. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, well, thank you, Patricia, or Pat, for that presentation. Any questions for clarity from council members? Go ahead, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your slide deck shows the first contact that you had was in May of this year. And I'm just wondering, as there's been no application come before council, what precipitated your inquiries?
The property sold around about that date. The property, it's a long story, but it was previously part of a larger property. Yeah, it was an undeveloped piece of property, 66 feet by 2,600 feet, that was sold, previously undeveloped, and we anticipate development on that property.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, you're welcome. Any further questions? So I guess the only question I have is I'm somewhat familiar with, I saw a picture or your pictures of it, and I somewhat going back to the GIS. Is there access to it today? Is there a driveway or something there today accessing that property?
No.
Oh,
There's actually a fence.
Oh, you can't actually drive into the property then itself.
No.
Off the road.
That's right. I mean, you could park on the shoulder of the road, and you could get off far enough that your vehicle wouldn't be on the paved surface.
Okay, Councillor Valquette, did you have a comment there? I saw your hands are up, or a question.
Yeah, perhaps this is a better answer probably from Director Lemon, but it's my understanding that there is a agriculture entrance on that, and about, I would say 10-20 feet back, there is a fence that I'm assuming was put there to prevent ATV, horseback riding people like myself, etc. But perhaps Director Lemon can speak to that.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe we'll go to the director just for clarity. But first, I want to make sure at this time, are there any other questions? Councillor Nielsen?
I don't know, question. There's a driveway that is directly across the road from the proposed site. The road also already has a hidden entrance sign a few meters back from the location we're talking about, going northbound on baseline off of 4. So one question was, I guess, you have the list of concerned citizens. Are the residents that are directly across the road from this entrance one of the list? I don't know if that's yourself, Patricia, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot. I'm just questioning if that residence is involved with you guys.
Yes, that resident is. On page 3, actually, I'd like to make this was my error. It's Ben and Sue Sharp.
Okay.
Page 3.
Not Ron and Sue, it's Ben and Sue.
Right,
Okay,
Ben and Sue.
thank you.
Right. Any further questions? I guess a general question to you, Patricia. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Allwood. I'll leave mine to the end.
Sorry, my internet quit for a second there. I may have missed something, but I just wanted to clarify, there is no entrance permit at this point. There's just been information regarding entrance permits. Is that correct?
So for clarity, are you looking for staff to give that clarity, or are you, Patricia?
Perhaps Director Lemon could confirm that. Thank you.
Okay. Is Director Lemon, is he available to? Are you available to speak, Herb?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as of today, or as we speak, there is no current entrance permit application. We have been out, or myself and staff have been out to the site twice to do kind of a pre-evaluation of one, the existing field entrance driveway that is currently exists, and one on what are the future requirements if development or if an entrance permit is required. So hopefully that satisfies you.
So just for clarity, there is a field entrance currently. You just.
There is currently a field entrance there that acts as access to the property.
Okay. So going back to Councillor Allwood, is that, so you have any further? You raised that question.
No, that clarifies my my point. I just wanted to confirm with everybody that there is not an entrance permit application as we speak. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I guess just a general question. Thanks. Oh, go ahead, Patricia.
On page 4 of the presentation, I don't know how we have this misunderstanding at this point, but I'm just going to read to you that on Tuesday, September 15th, Director of Transportation Herb Lemon called me and advised that he was confused by an email I sent him asking about the entrance permit because he said it had already been approved.
Okay. And did you get a follow-up email confirming or following up from that, Patricia?
No, and that's the reason that I'm here today is I did not get a follow-up. I did send an email and I copied the councillors and said, how could you approve it when just on Thursday there was no application? So we understanding here.
Okay, I can see that if you received some information that said that, and we're all asking the question, is there one? And we're being told there isn't. I don't know if the Director of Transportation would like to follow up on that, or Herb, or you have any comments to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, I do remember the conversation, and to be clear, we were on site to do a preliminary evaluation of the sightline distances, and I was clear that the entrance permit was discussed with the planner at the time and the current property owner. And if an entrance permit were to be received, the sightline restrictions or sightline dimensions that are required to have a residential driveway would be met as per the current policy.
Okay. Well, sort of preliminary, you were sort of, okay, I think it basically you were having a conversation, but there's no formal application has been made.
We were requested by the property owner to come out and have a look at it to make sure that, and knowing some communication that was going with some residents, we wanted to be clear of the current and existing entrance that's currently there and to what standard the new entrance would have to meet.
Okay. Is that common practice? You meet with people at different times to sort of have that conversations?
We try to communicate to all residents on all current policies and safety elements that roads, environmental services need to comply with. And our entrance permit policy is readily available on our website, and we communicate clearly. Okay, well, thank you for that. So I think hopefully we got that a little clearer for you, Patricia. And and I think it was pointed out either by yourself or others that the process is not normally a public process. It's a process that landowners do make, and they do go through that. And I guess if, from a public process, I guess if there is an application, I'm not sure how the public would know about that, other than if there's an application for a certain process.
So just so I don't misunderstand, they Herb's engineer or traffic expert has been out twice, once last week. Has the application been approved?
I think it hasn't.
It sounds like no.
I don't think there's a formal.
Or would he approve it?
I don't want to put that. Maybe I'll go to the director of transportation. I'm not going to put words in his mouth. Herb, are you able to answer that? I think it's sort of a hypothetical question, but it's up to you how you want to answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, an entrance permit application has not been received as of today.
But what were your findings?
Are you able to answer that, Herb, or is that more internal?
See, the CAO has popped up.
Madam CAO, I can't see you. Do you wish to add some clarity on process? You're on mute.
Sorry. I think at this point we're beyond questions for clarification. I think it's warranting a report from staff. Thank you.
Right. So just to summarize, there's no application has been made. So we can't speculate on that part, Patricia. Basically, the application has not been made at this time. Councillor Bellacette, did you have any further questions of clarity? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to ask a question of clarity. I think this might be punted over to our director of planning. So from a public engagement perspective, where's the first milestone that hits public engagement? I'm assuming that would be something associated in planning as opposed to Director Lemon, but again, just guessing. But I do see that our director of planning has popped up, so maybe I was right.
So to answer the question of clarity, Mr. Brenner, are you able to add clarity to that?
Thank you, and through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bellacette. If the new landowners want to develop that site, they will need to go through a Planning Act application because of the configuration of the site, very long and narrow. They would most likely need a zoning bylaw amendment. They have not entered into that process yet. When they do, that process is a public process. First step in that is circulation of the notice of the public meeting that all the neighboring property owners within 120 meters will receive. We'll hold a public planning hearing where anybody can then provide comments for consideration, and then following up on that, we'll do a fulsome review and then bring a report back to council for council's consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Michael. And just to add a little clarity there are probably properties out there that maybe haven't got an entrance, and that process would still be just a general process, would it not, Director Brenner? So you mentioned you mentioned about a planning process, but if it wasn't a planning process and you were going through where a lot just needed an entrance permit, people can make that application on their own without going through a process, correct?
To you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. An entrance permit process is separate from the planning application process. And there's certainly lots of properties out there that would meet the planning requirements in terms of setbacks, land sizes, and that sort of thing. So, you know, they could get an entrance permit if required and not necessarily need to go through a Planning Act application.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear, that
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily trigger that. One last comment, Patricia?
Will we be notified if there is an entrance permit application?
I think for clarity, if it is a planning process, then there will be the opportunity to make comments if it's going through a planning process. If it's just generally an application for an insurance, generally you're not. I think I got that clear from the director of planning. So basically, if there's an application for a planning process, then there will be opportunity for a public comment. And I think
I wonder why an entrance permit is required if a property is not being developed. That's, I guess, where my mind is going.
I don't have the history of that process or why that is, and I can't speak to that. That's maybe something that you can follow up with staff further in the sense of the background on entrance permits and that type of thing. But as we do have that policy in place, as you've researched, that seems to be a policy that's in place for today.
Yeah.
And maybe it goes back to a planning process. I can't answer that. So, but it is the rules that are on the books for today. So I guess that's all I can say.
I understand. I've appreciated, this has all been very informative. Thank you.
Yeah. We're always learning. We're always learning. Thank you very much for that. And stay tuned.
Definitely. Thank you all very much.
Okay. So we'll go back, Madam Deputy Clerk. Is Miss Evans available to come back to the original delegation part?
Yes, she is here. I'll just move her over.
Oh, okay. I see your, oh, there we are, Madam Clerk.
Can we have a motion to receive that delegation for information, Your Worship?
Certainly. Moved by Councillor Nielsen, seconded by Councillor Valaket, that we received the delegation from Patricia Boyle and I guess party, I guess you could call it. Any comments there? If not, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. So moving forward to Madam Deputy Clerk, we will move forward to our 6.1 delegation, and that's Miss Evans. And is Miss Cindy Evans on the line?
Cindy, are you able to unmute?
Hello, Miss Evans, are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay.
Welcome.
We're having technical difficulties today.
Okay, well, I'll just whenever you're ready, you have 10 minutes to speak, and you may want to leave some time in there for questions or clarity from council if you desire that. And just whenever you're ready, we have your item as with regards to chip truck, and so whenever you're ready, you can start.
Okay, so yes, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to present today. I have submitted a letter requesting to place a chip wagon on the municipal property in downtown Markdale. To give you a little bit of background, I was the original owner of CJ's Fries when it first opened here in Markdale, that was located at the front of Allen's garage. I think a relocation at this time would be advantageous for both Allen's garage and the downtown core, simply because parking was always an issue when the chip wagon was located there. I have proposed that I would like to place a chip wagon seasonally on the municipal park or municipal lot that is on the northwest corner next to the parkette that has recently been installed there. The chip wagon will be movable, so it could be located there just seasonally from April to October, which is when we used to run our wagon the last time we had it. I think it could bring a lot of traffic to the downtown core. And I think it's a service that the town of Markdale could use. There is not really a fast food type of entity within the downtown area or in Markdale for that matter. I guess what I'm proposing to council today is, and looking for permission to place our chip wagon on municipal property at that location.
Okay, thank you for that, Cindy. And just a quick question before we go to questions. COVID-19, how does that change what you would propose?
As in restaurant business wise, or?
Just in the process of providing food for the public. Obviously, you would be providing it outside.
Exactly.
People would have to maintain their distance and I guess wear a mask and all that. I just wondered if you had any thoughts to that.
I have thought about that, and obviously moving forward, we'd be looking at hopefully starting this spring, assuming that the same restrictions are in place. There would have to be physical distancing, of course, for the customers coming to the window, maintaining strict cleaning policies within inside the chip wagon, which I was very strict about anyways. It is a health concern. It is, you do have to maintain a clean environment, irregardless when you're obviously in the food preparation and serving business. I think it's doable. I don't know that any other chip wagons in the past summer didn't open because of COVID-19.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarity. All right, anything else, Cindy? Or I'll go to questions from council if there are any.
I don't think so. Like I said, I have spoken with Michelle Harris in economic development. I was advised to get in touch with her. She said there's nothing she can do at this point. It lays within council to approve whether we can place a chip wagon on that property.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Cindy. And any questions of clarity from council or staff? Councillor Nielsen.
Just a question to staff. Has there been a history of anything like this happening on municipal property? I know a chip truck operated on I guess Grey County land is the Kids Nest side of the municipal building, like where Highlands operates. So that would be Grey County land, not municipal land. But has this happened before on municipal land?
I don't know if you're able to answer that, Cindy, or not. Are you aware of any? Or?
Sorry, I thought that was to staff, not to Cindy.
Oh, okay.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm sure you can't answer that question.
I can answer that question, actually, not within the municipality of Grey Highlands, but the chip wagon that operated in Chatsworth this summer is on municipal property.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I'm sorry, Nielsen, I'll go maybe to either the CAO or Madam Clerk or anybody else wishes to address that from staff. If this been something in the past, speak up if you're out there.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not that we're aware of, not on municipal property.
Okay. All right, Councillor Nielsen, we have no knowledge of that happening here in Grey Highlands. Lots of on private lands for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, and I think your originally chip truck came from Maxwell Farm Service, did it not, Cindy?
It did originally, yes, that's correct. But I obviously have since sold that, and I would be investing in a brand new unit similar to the one that was placed in Flesherton for a few years when the Boynton Seelys had that chip wagon there. It would be the same kind of setup as that.
Right. Okay, Deputy Mayor has a question. Go ahead, Cash.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just I guess, question of clarity to staff. There has been times when various fall fairs have had chip wagons on, but it's been very temporary though. It's been for the fall fair weekend. I remember last year, so 2019, Feversham had a chip wagon. So two in fact. Yeah. I guess there has been precedence on it, but it's always been a very limited special occasion sort of a thing, rather than the entire season. Thank you.
Well, thank you for raising that, Deputy Mayor, and that could be through the egg society that maybe works through the municipality on that, and maybe that's something we can have a basis on for sure. Any other questions? I guess going back to the Madam Clerk, I know it used to be what they call their hawkers and peddlers license that was required from those. And I don't know if we require a certain license, Madam Clerk, or a certain permit that is needed to be applied for, Madam Clerk.
That's correct, Your Worship. We do have a refreshment vehicle licensing program. As far as I'm aware, there was only one refreshment vehicle that was licensed in 2019, and we didn't have any, as far as I'm aware, for 2020.
Right. And that's a process that's people applied for, I assume. Okay. All right. Any further questions then from council members for clarity? Any final comments, Cindy?
No, just we obviously have a plan in place, but like I said, we need authorization from you, you know, to let us know that we could actually place it there. We just feel that because there is ample parking available there, it would stop the traffic from congesting on Highway 10 and pulling up in front of active businesses, being the pharmacy and of course Allen's Garage, which was a problem before. And like I said, I'm trying to alleviate that. So as soon as I get a yes or no from council, then we can proceed with this and move forward and apply for any of the necessary permits that would be required and lay out a plan moving forward.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And seeing there's no other questions. Oh, Councilor Nielsen, are you moving this? Is it received delegation?
I would actually ask a question. Wouldn't
Go ahead.
A motion to get a staff report on what we would require for insurances and in line of permits so that we could get a report back to council to discuss this further?
Okay, so are you moving that?
Yes, please.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, you're seconding that. Just for clarity to the clerk, did you capture Councilor Nielsen's motion?
Sorry if I mumbled through that one, Madam Clerk.
Go ahead. Oh, she's typing.
Give her a second. Yeah, she's crafting my words better than I can say them.
And while she's doing that, Cindy, are you looking at like 1 year at a time type of thing?
As no, this is part of our future moving forward seasonally. So we're in this for the long haul.
Okay, because I know from a downtown perspective, we'll certainly be looking at moving forward with what we're going to be doing with downtown. So
exactly, I understand that. Yes, yeah, and I mean, like I said, it is movable. So if something arises that it's not going to work out moving forward, we would address it at that time. Okay. So I guess to answer your question, it would be on a yearly basis at this point.
Okay, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I was just asking that question.
No, sure. I understand. I didn't want you to think that I'm just going to do this for a season and that's it, because that's not the plan. It is a long-term plan for us, but being parked on municipal property could be addressed annually, I guess.
Thank you for that clarity. Madam Clerk.
That council received the delegation of Cindy Evans for information, and that council directs staff to bring back a report on potential requirements for a refreshment vehicle to be located on municipal property.
You're so good at crafting my words. Thank you, really.
And do you need, so by receiving the report, we know that the request is for a specific spot, but your report coming back would be more general in the sense of the process of locating. Is that correct? I guess that's your intention, Councilor Nielsen?
Yeah,
okay.
For sure.
Your Worship, sorry, I don't think you can see me, but I've been putting my hand up to speak.
No, I haven't. Just speak up.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm just wondering, is it necessary to bring another staff report back? We do have protocol in place for insurance. We have a licensing process in place. In the interest of time and staff time in preparing another report and getting back to council, I just thought if council was happy with the location, that staff could just move with the process and go ahead. So just trying to reduce some more reports on the council agenda, Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay, and just for clarity, I think right now the individual or Cindy is looking to whether we allow it or not. There's probably would be like a site plan. There would have to be a few like hydro, what you need. I don't know if there's particulars around that. So I think it's a multiple stage. That first, if you get permission, then you're going to lay out how you're going to do it in the season, and it'd be like I guess a lease, or I'm not sure. There would be a second part to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
This
okay, I got a couple
step
councilors. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor, and it's been suggested that maybe it should be changed, but I do have a couple questions. So Councillor Little, and sorry, Councillor Allwood, you were first, and then Councillor Little.
Thank you, Worship. A couple of points of clarity. I was wondering if the Ms. Evans were to apply, whether that would be apply for an application, whether that would be brought back to council, or is it just an administrative function at this point, and would staff deal with it? And secondly, I think at some point during the conversation, Ms. Evans mentioned that there wasn't any lunch options in Markdale. There are several businesses in Markdale that have lunch services, one of which we opened, a new one just opened last week, or officially opened last week, but there are several retail businesses in Markdale that do supply lunch services. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to get clarity from Ms. Evans on her comments there, and then I'll go back to your first comment to staff. Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
I do believe that my comment was that there is no fast food options available in the downtown core in a takeout form. I do understand that there is takeout available and that there is plenty of great locations within the downtown area to grab a lunch. I'm not going in competition with those. Obviously, they're serving something completely different than what I would be serving. And anybody that goes to a chip truck knows exactly what they're going there for. So I didn't mean it to come across that there was no lunch options available. My take on it was there was no fast food options available.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that clarity. And going back to Councillor Allwood, before I go to Councillor Little with your original, is there just an application that wishes to be made, and where would that come? Madam Clerk or Madam CEO, are you able to answer that question? Madam Clerk.
Sorry, I was just going to ask, could you repeat the question? I'm trying to take notes down as you were talking.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Allwood asked that maybe it's just a matter of making an application and then going through a process on itself. If we do have, maybe I'll get clarity from Councillor Allwood. He's popped in. Go ahead, Councillor. I'll let you ask the question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, my question would be, if Cindy were to make an application, is that just a staff issue, or does it get brought before council for approval?
So I can speak to, through your worship, to Councillor Allwood. I can speak to the refreshment vehicle licensing. Is that something that's handled by our department here? The refreshment vehicle licensing is a staffing process. It's just an application we go through, and then we provide the approval for that. However, we do not provide the approval for somebody to be located on municipal property. That would either be a lease agreement that needs to be entered into, or those kinds of things. And I think I would defer to the CAO for instruction in that regard.
Madam CAO, do you have any further comments there?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so we'd have to enter into a short-term lease agreement for the property, and the applicant would be encouraged to apply for the permit. It's right. So basically council would just give the approval if they're okay with the location of the chip wagon on municipal property.
So, okay, thank you for that. Just before you leave, so procedurally from the past, we moved away from making sort of decisions when delegations were coming to council. So basically we either receive the delegation, or the rule of thumb is we would send it back for a report. It would give council time to think about the request along with a report coming back, and is saying that if there's no report needed to come back, if we have a process in place, but is it that mechanism that council, this is the first time council has an opportunity to think about this. It would be very unfair for Cindy to go through a process if council said, no, we're not interested, or we're happy with this. So part of that coming back with a report did give that time for council to think about that. And I want to make sure we don't step over too many steps here to go through that process. And maybe I'll go to Councillor Little on that part. So don't go way too far, Madam CEO. Go ahead, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Worship. You raised the points that I was going to bring up. First of all, this forum of delegation is really not the forum to make decisions.
Right.
And normally, as you say, we would receive for information, or furthermore, we would request a staff report based on what Councillor Nielsen was suggesting. I was not in support of that either, because we really don't need more information from staff. The licensing is there. What we really need is the opportunity to have further conversation, and this format that we have right now is not that opportunity. So my suggestion would be that this be added to the next council agenda with time for some conversation. Just as you say, like, it would be unfortunate to put Cindy through a process where council ultimately is not in agreement, or, you know, going through a staff report where really the decision is for council to make whether to allow this on municipal property or not. So I would make a motion that we receive for information and have this item added as an agenda item to our next council meeting for discussion.
Okay. So right now we do, just before we get a second motion, we do have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, process wise, there is a motion on the floor. It suggests that maybe a report doesn't need to come back, but maybe this needs to be added as an item to a future council to have a further discussion and maybe some more background information if we do have anything. Can you add some guidance here, please?
Certainly. As far as I know, it was only moved by Councillor Nielsen. I wasn't sure that we had received a seconder.
Yeah, the deputy mayor
or
did.
if the deputy mayor. Okay, I wasn't sure if he raised his hand for speaking or for seconding.
Yeah.
Okay, so that motion is in the hands of council. That one is the one that's on the floor. Council should vote on that one. And if it's lost, then another motion can be placed on in the hands of council.
There's not a motion that can supersede a motion to say, I move a motion that motion be struck down, and I guess that doesn't work, right?
Could I
No.
make a
Okay,
Madam Clerk? Sorry.
so go ahead, Councillor Nielsen.
Would I be able to make a change to the motion? Although it's somewhat contradictory, right? We'd have to vote the motion down and then sort
Well,
somebody
ahead,
can
ma'am.
move an amendment to the main motion that's on the floor. You can't just make one because it's not just your motion anymore. It is in the hands of council. So somebody can amend the main motion.
Thank you, Madam.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. If we were to go ahead with the motion that has been presented, the report that could come back to the next council meeting could basically be an outline of what the application process is. And that puts it on the next agenda. And we don't have to worry about, you know, amending a motion or defeating a motion that's already on the floor. We could just vote in favor of the staff report that has been asked, and we could amend it to say that we would like a report on the process, which should be very simple and shouldn't be time consuming. And we can have that as a report at the next agenda, to debate.
So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, are you moving an amendment to the motion that adds clarity to that report?
Yes.
Why don't you? Do
Yeah,
that?
I'll amend that. I don't remember what the exact information being asked for was, but I'll amend it so that it says that the information we're looking for is the application process.
And do you wish to have that to a future committee of the whole council meeting?
Or the next council meeting.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? That's Councillor Bellacette. So right now we're debating the amendment to the main motion that's been on the floor. So, Madam Clerk, did you capture the amending motion?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay. Do you want to read it out just to make sure everybody understands it then? Sorry. And we'll have debate. While you're doing that, like, we can have discussion. Is there any discussion?
Sorry, Your Worship. Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
That the main motion be amended by changing the wording of potential requirements to process information.
Okay, is that okay, Deputy Mayor? I got a seconder from Councillor Bellacette. Okay, discussion on the amended motion. Or no, amending the motion to amend. get that clear. Is there any question to that? Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Little. Does that satisfy your concerns, Councillor Little?
Okay, to you, Councillor Little from Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Worship. Not really. I think process is something that we don't need a report on. I would prefer to just defeat this motion and just move that it be put on the agenda for our next council meeting. We're overcomplicating this, trying to accommodate a motion that's already on the floor. That's my opinion.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion to amend? Hearing none. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor to the motion to amend? Okay, one. Okay, opposed? Opposed? Okay, that motion is lost. Okay, so now we have the main motion, and the main motion is to receive the delegation and bring back a staff report. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Okay, discussion on that, on the main motion. Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Opposed? That motion is lost. Okay, Councillor Valaket, are you moving a new motion? Or sorry, Councillor Little, maybe I'll go to Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move to receive for information and ask that this item be added to our next council agenda.
Okay, I got Councillor Allen. Is you want to second that? Discussion. Just a clarity question to you, Councillor Little, with your motion. Would you require any information to be brought back in the sense of setbacks or a site plan or anything that would pertain to location of any kind of information that would regulate that type of thing?
No, Your Worship. I think this is more of a philosophical question that council needs to sort out before we get into those details.
Okay, thank you. So everybody understand the motion that is on the floor then? Or do I need the clerk to read it? Okay, and that was moved by Councillor Little, second by Councillor Allen. All in favor of the motion that's on the floor? Motion is carried. Okay, well, thank you for that, and thank you for presenting, Cindy. It was certainly hope it was very entertaining for you.
I enjoyed it. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to, I guess I'll hear back from you after your next council meeting when you've had a chance to discuss.
And they are live streamed, so follow along and watch the agendas. I'm not sure if, when we do have that discussion, it will be posted, and they are by virtual. They're stream. What do you call it? They're live or they are recorded, so you're able to watch it when we have that conversation for sure. Okay. Well, thank you very much, then. All right. So the next item then is item 6.3, DFA water and wastewater rates presentation. And so there was an attachment to our agenda, pages 37 to 56. And everybody had a chance to see that. And Madam Clerk, who do we have presenting today the presentation? Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have John Murray and Derek Ally. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. And they've joined the meeting now.
Okay. All right. So we will move on to that and go back to the presentation. And John or Derek, are you available to proceed?
Good afternoon, Your Worship. This is Derek Ally. Thanks very much for the introduction. And thanks for having us, members of council and staff. We're happy to be here this afternoon to present the water and sewer rates, draft rates, that is, for your consideration and input before they are finalized. And John is here as well, and he will take us through the presentation. And at the end, if there are any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, so for our viewing public, just before you start, will you be putting it up on our screen or somebody putting it up on our screen as we go through it? And you'll be speaking.
I can share my screen.
Okay.
I'll share my screen. I just need to know when you'd like me to advance the slide, Derek, please.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay, thank you. So the floor is yours. Once Geraldine gets it up on the screen here.
Okay, is John, are you there?
So just before you start, Derek, do you wish to have questions at the end, or do you want questions as we go along?
Your worship, perhaps at the end might be a bit better.
All right. So what I'll do is
we can go back to this slides as needed.
So what I'll suggest to council or staff, if they have questions, just mark down the screen, and then we'll go back to it at the end. Go ahead, then, Derek.
I take it I've unmuted my microphone. So can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
This
Mr. Mayor,
is John Murphy, your worship.
Yeah. You're coming in loud and clear, John.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if I call you Mr. Mayor or your worship. Your worship, I guess.
Yeah, or Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Mayor, I like that one. So Mr. Mayor, thank you, members of council, for letting us present our the draft water and wastewater rate study. And I'm going to, I have my own slide here, so we can go down to slide 2, which is the background. Great Highlands undertook the last study in 2016, and since that time, a number of studies have been undertaken. Let's see. Okay, since that time, your rates have been harmonized. I think a number of you may have been around in 2016 when you had different rates for the various systems. As of 2021, those rates will have been harmonized into one water rate and one wastewater rate. Also, since the last study was undertaken, a number of studies have been completed. The 2016 asset management plan, which will play into the rate study, as well as the 2017 development charges background study. Next slide. Our DFA was retained to update your rates. In doing so, we will assess the full cost of your water and wastewater systems. We will update the rates, which will be required to fund those costs. We also were retained to look at your connection fees, which will play an important part in the future. And one requirement in regards to your municipal water drinking system is for a license renewal. And as part of that, there's a requirement to prepare a financial plan, which is part of what we were retained to do. So on the next slide, what we'll be talking about is our approach to this, the water and wastewater rate study, looking at the full cost of the water and wastewater systems, present the projected rates necessary to fund those costs, and then our recommendations. Slide 6. We looked at the costs over a 21-year period from 2021 to 2041. We stopped at 2041 because that's where your growth was projected out to. We couldn't really project beyond that period. What this does, it does give you a long-term perspective on the costs of sustaining your water and wastewater systems. We looked at the full cost over that period, operating expenditures, which includes your operating maintenance costs, your debt servicing costs, which is required, or debt which was required to fund your capital program, as well as contributions towards asset replacement. Operating costs are offset to a degree from revenues for miscellaneous fees and charges, your shared system transfers, and the outstanding industrial contributions, which I think are included in 2021. Now, the net costs are the costs that will be recovered from your users. Now, I mentioned the asset management plan that was undertaken or completed in 2016. That sort of identifies the capital replacement requirements and is a large driver to what is being recommended in regards to rates. We looked at the growth capital needs based on the information in the 2017 development charge study. Now, one thing is in regards to funding capital, non-growth capital, and that's your capital budget, was financed from cash reserves when there are available. And when funds are not available from that reserve, we assume that a municipality would be looking to borrow to fund the difference. The same applies to development charge or growth related capital. Now, one thing with growth related capital is the debt servicing that is required to service that debt to fund growth capital will be paid for from future development charge receipts, so will have no impact on the ratepayer. We looked at customers and consumption and looking at projecting that out to 2041 based on the anticipated growth provided in the development charge background study. Now, there is additional growth that was considered in regards to certain extensions of system extensions that would be funded from connection fees, and that's why the connection fee calculation was important. Next slide. We didn't change the rate structure, and rate structure consists of a base or a base with a uniform volumetric rate depending on what system you're in. Now, net surpluses generated from the rates are allocated to the water and wastewater reserves to meet the recommended asset management plan replacement funding targets. And again, that will be important in our discussion. Now, one thing is we were recommending that the water and wastewater reserves have achieve a target balance of between 5 and 10% of the municipality's capital assets, well, replacement value of the capital assets or your water and wastewater infrastructure, if you will. Next slide. Now, these reserve funds would be available to fund a number of items.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
It seems as if we're a little bit out of sync here.
I'm down at slide 11, sorry.
It seems like we're one slide behind. That's better, thank you.
So reserve funds are there to address a number of issues. One would be asset replacement, any unforeseen capital needs. The one thing is Great Highlands only has one reserve fund, so it also be used for stabilizing rates in the future if there's deficits, and also would be available to meet the requirement of the new regulation 588-17, which regards to asset management policies. Next slide. And this regulation requires that asset management plans address certain items, vulnerabilities, it really addresses climate change issues. And although it's silent on exactly how a municipality addresses climate change issues, by having funds available in a reserve, that sort of identifies that the municipality has given consideration to this regulation. Next slide. So quickly go through the first part. We've already discussed this. The rate study looks at the 21-year period from 2020 to 2041. The life cycle needs are also considered beyond the 2041 period because we looked at a long-term perspective. Next slide. The full cost assessment looks at the operating maintenance costs, the debt and interest repayment, as well as the capital asset replacement contributions. And again, non-rate revenues reduces that amount which needs to be recovered from the final ratepayer. Next slide. So this gives you sort of an indication of, or more perspective on the cost of the system of maintaining the water system over the 21-year period. And as you can see, debt repayment is a large portion. That's because there's a lot of capital that is required, growth and non-growth capital. And right now there's not a lot of money in the reserve. So the municipality will be required to incur or issue debt, and that debt would have to be repaid over, and we've assumed a 15-year period. But you can see that the largest part of the cost of maintaining the system is servicing the debt. Then we have the operating maintenance costs. Then we have our reserve contributions, which go to funding capital. Next slide. And this is sort of information from your 2016 asset management plan in regards to your water infrastructure and the various components. And the 21.8 million is the current replacement value of your infrastructure. Now, the asset management plan recommended an annual contribution towards asset replacement. That amount was inflated to $2020, and it identifies that the municipality in pretty much should be issuing or funding the system or funding from ratepayers $556,000. So again, it gives you an idea of what rates should be generating to go towards asset replacement. Next slide. This is the same analysis on the wastewater system over the 21-year period. Again, debt repayment is the largest component because of the capital program, then operating maintenance costs, and then again, your reserve contributions, which is your contributions towards asset replacement. Next slide. The same here is your wastewater infrastructure and the various components of the systems, as well as the replacement value of those assets in 2020 dollars, as well as the recommended annual funding requirement for this year. Next slide. Now, we also looked again at customer and consumption growth, and that has a great impact on the rate calculation. We use the information from the background study, the development charge background study in projecting growth, as well as current consumption patterns. Next slide. And here is the projected 2020 customer and consumption information. As you can see, the majority of customers reside in Markdale. You can see how the CAT system only provides services, water services, whereas the Amic and Flesherton system, well, they only provide services for wastewater. Now, those are fixed charges, and we'll have that discussion on the various base and volumetric rates for the various systems. Next slide. And here is what we've calculated or projected out in regards to customers in the various systems. Now, it should be noted that in 2027, I think there's an increase in the number of customers. Let's make sure I get the right system here. The CAT system, there's an extension of the CAT system, which will include additional customers over and above what was projected in the development charges study. Those customers would be existing properties that would be required to connect to the Markdale or the CAT system as well. I think it's Markdale, Amic, and Flesherton also have extensions in the wastewater system, and those are in 2027 and 2031. And again, additional customers are added to those systems in those years. Next slide. And here is the corresponding projected consumption on those customers that we are projecting to connect to the system or would be serviced by the various systems. Next slide. Now here are the rates and the current rates. And as you can see, In 2020, the rates are different for the Cat and Markdale water system, as well as different from the Amec, Flesherton, and Markdale wastewater system. But when you get to the 2021, I said proposed, but my understanding is that those are the rates that were calculated in the previous study, which council will, again, as I understand, will adopt for 2021. And as you can see, the water system rates are the same, as well as the wastewater system rates have been harmonized. Now, one thing to note is the base charge or the annualized charge, if you will, based on this screen, is for a 3/4 inch meter. The customers that have larger meters are going to be paying more of a base charge based on the meter equivalent ratio, which is the bottom table in the slide. Next slide. So this is the important slide I was sort of alluding to earlier. I think you can see in 2020, the funding for asset replacement, well, I believe 226,000, but the asset management plan would have recommended at that point 556,000. Again, this is the amount that was recommended in 2016 inflated to 2020 dollars. Now you can see there's a shortfall of $329,000 or $330,000. So what's happening is the municipality is currently underfunding their the recommended contribution towards asset replacement. And with the 2021 rates, as earlier seen, the municipality would continue to underfund the asset replacement by $335,000. So in essence, the current rates do not adequately fund the municipality's asset management plan's annual funding recommendations. So that's why when we get to the recommended rates, you'll see the increase. So next slide. And that's the same for wastewater. There is a shortfall in regards to the funding of asset replacement needs. Next slide. So to close the annual replacement or the annual asset management plan funding gap, an immediate rate increase for both water and wastewater is needed. These rates would be required to be increased by 50% in 2022. And by doing so, the asset replacement needs would then be adequately funded as recommended by the municipality's asset management plan. Next slide. So these are the proposed rates as calculated, and you can see there is the increase in 2022, but after that, you would be generating surpluses that would generate sufficient funds to contribute towards your asset management or asset replacement needs as detailed in your asset management plan. Next slide. And here is comparison to other municipalities. Now you can see how the 2021 rates, the municipality would be considered on the high side of your comparators for water and would be above the median and above the average, but not the highest in wastewater. However, with the 50% increase, you would be the highest of all your comparators for both water and wastewater. And we'll be discussing an alternative rate recommendation in regards to phasing in that 50% increase. And as you can see, by doing so, there'd be a 10% increase in 2022. You would still be higher than the median, but not higher than the average for water. And you would be higher than both the median and the average. However, you would not be the highest for wastewater when compared to the other municipalities listed. Next slide. So here is an alternative rate increase, phasing the 50% over a 5-year period. It will, however, delay the achievement to closing the asset replacement funding gap. However, over the long term, the asset replacement funding will be, I guess, equalized, I called it. Next slide. And here are the proposed rates over the next 6 years based on the phasing in of the 50% increase. Next slide. And here are the monthly charges and the consumption rates as calculated under the rate alternative rate option. Next slide. And this is the rate impact. So it gives you sort of a comparison to the current rate or the proposed 2021 rate and what the impact on we call the typical residential customer who consumes 180 cubic meters per year, looking at the amount paid by a typical residential customer in 2021, and then looking at what that same customer would pay in 2022, and then looking at what they would pay if it was phased in over a 5-year period. So you can see how in the 50% rate increase in 2022, that rate would be constant over the 5-year period. However, by increasing it by 10% per year, because those rates are compounded, the customer would pay more in 2026 under the alternate phasing option than they would by increasing the rates by 50% in 2022. Next slide. Now I'm going to defer this to Derek.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This slide summarizes the connection fees and some comparisons with some of the neighboring municipalities. I guess, first of all, the concept of the connection fee as compared to development charges. The connection fee allows a customer or property to connect to the existing system. So it's an existing property that simply gets a pipe connected to the water main or the sewer main that's on the street. That's all, would be placed there at some point in time or already existing. Development charges are really new growth where there is new properties coming on stream. They're not already existing. So these connection fees are intended to, as you probably already know, address existing properties that need connections to the systems. So what we have done in attempting to calculate these fees is we've looked back at the capacity of the systems, the water and sewer systems, and calculated the cost of that capacity and how much is being utilized by the existing users. And based on that, we came up with a cost per cubic meter, if you will, for a connection that would be made to that system. And based on that, we've arrived at 2 different scenarios for the connection fees. One is based on what's included in the municipality's tangible capital asset records, and the other is based on the replacement values of the systems as indicated in the asset management plan. So the bottom of half of the table shows you what you're currently charging, and you've got a different charge more or less for each system. There's some variation among the systems there between $3,000 and $5,000 per connection, whether it's water or wastewater. If we use the TCA replacement values, then looking at a single charge for water and a single charge for wastewater, you get about 3,200 for water and about 5,000 for wastewater. And if you use the actual replacement values that are identified in the asset management plan, then the value of that connection goes up to about 6,000 for water and about 10,000 for wastewater. Comparing those numbers to the comparative municipalities, you can see where the average is around 6,000 for water and about 4,800 or 5,000 for wastewater, and the median is somewhere around that same range, if you will. So I think going forward, we would recommend that you consider increasing the connection fees to the 5,900 and the 10,000. But of course, that's something that council would have to consider, given that you currently charging between 3,000 and 5,000 per connection. And I'll turn it back over to John, Mr. Beer.
All right, you can, the last slide are the recommendations that we're making. And we're recommending that the rates be increased by 50% in 2022 to ensure that your contribution towards asset replacement are achieved immediately, that the connection fee as presented based on replacement value, again, be approved commencing in 2022, that the water and wastewater reserve targets be established at 5 to 10% of asset replacement values, that the municipality water and wastewater financial plan be prepared based on the results of the rate study, which is consistent with the Ontario Regulation 45307, and that this the water and wastewater review be updated in 2025. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thanks, John, and thanks, Derek. And I'm sure there's going to be a few questions here. Hopefully everybody took a few notes there as we went along. I'm going to start off with a quick question, and that is, if you're increasing the connection fee to existing lots, and then those that also pay DC charge fees, are they going to be exempt from the connection fee, or will that still be above the DC charge that they're paying for the whatever that rates are?
Your worship, they're separate, so it's either a property will pay either the development charge or the connection fee. If it's a newly built property, then and it falls under the development charges scenario, then that's what they'll pay. If it's an existing property that's now requiring a connection, so it's property has been there already for a number of years and they're just connecting, then it's the connection fee they'll pay.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure you had that clarity, just so everybody understood that for sure. Thank you. All right, questions from council. So there's a lot of information there, and thank you for bringing it to council today. I'm going to start off with the Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I've got a list of, I don't know if, I'm pretty sure the treasurer had forwarded my questions to the presenters, but I'm going to go through a few of them anyways. My first one was with regards to the growth-related capital expenditures. The fact that we don't collect 100% of our development charges, how does that factor in to that calculation?
Okay.
Your worship, I'll defer to John to answer these questions.
Any development charges not collected that are necessary to fund growth capital, the shortfall would then fall on the current ratepayer.
Okay. And so just to confirm, the numbers that are in the study, do they reflect the actual DC charges that we collect, or does that reflect the scenario where we collect 100% of the DCs?
Well, it's based on the rates that are currently being charged, and
Okay.
so it would take into consideration any decision by council to discount the development charge rates.
Okay, thank you. Through you again, Your Worship. One of the numbers that they recommend is the 5 to 10% of the replacement cost. My question, just to get more clarity on that, are we sort of targeting adding 5 to 10% of the replacement cost every year? Is that what the recommendation is, or am I reading that wrong?
No, it's once you get to those targets, we try to maintain that reserve between the 5 and 10%.
Okay, thank you. Again, if I may carry on, Your Worship, I had a question with regarding to the 4 points required under Regulation 588-17, Section 3, Subsection 1, Paragraph 5. If we could expand more on that, mainly because it uses a phrase reasonably sufficient target balance. What is a reasonably sufficient target balance in our case? Is that the 5 to 10% that they're recommending? And if they could expand on the 4 points.
We'll defer that to Derek.
Okay, Your Worship, through you, the 5 to 10% is based on what we know to be from our research as the industry best practice for water and sewer utilities. So there's no set or magic number that's used, but when we look around, we see that utilities would sort of carry a target balance of between 5 and 10% of their asset value in the capital reserve. And that covers, all of their needs going forward. Specifically in Ontario, we've got asset management, the regulation that's stated there. And in there, it's not very prescriptive on exactly how much you've got to set aside for each component, but it's just saying you've got to have a financing strategy for asset replacement, which is covered in your asset management plan, as John presented, and it's covered in these rates that's being presented today. You've got to cover contingency plans. So, for example, an emergency situation. So, for example, COVID-19, any additional costs that may be incurred against the water and sewer systems as a result of situations like this would be funded from the reserve. And also, we've rolled in the operating reserves that were previously separate. Those are now rolled into a single capital reserve. So if you do have deficits or surpluses, those will go out and into this same reserve. So so what you have there is something that we believe is reasonable from an industry best practice. It doesn't mean that it's a number that the 5 to 10% is an exact amount that you have to have in there, but we certainly recommend that you have that. But of course it's at council's discretion and prerogative to decide otherwise.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, I've got 2 more questions left. One of them is with regards to the annual funding requirement. Can I be walked through on how we arrived at that number of 556,001 and 563,880, if possible?
It's on page 17. It's on page 17.
Yes, 17 and 19, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the asset management plan recommended amounts in 2016 of 494,000 for water and 501,000 for wastewater, but that was in 2016 dollars. So what we do is we inflate those values each year, and I think we used a 3% inflation rate. So in 2020, those amounts would be $556,001 for water and $563,880 for wastewater.
Okay, and my last question, Your Worship, with regards to the usage, I'm a little concerned on the estimates for the usage, because if we look at the 2020 numbers, per customer, the usage is 487 cubic meters, whereas in the corresponding number in 2025 is approximately 398. So are we just assuming that people are going to be using less water? Or I'm just curious as to why there's a reduction in usage per customer. Thank you.
Through your, Mr. Worship, or your Worship, so when we project out consumption, we base it on the anticipated customer growth. Now, I guess your calculation was just the total consumption divided by the total number of customers. Now, the customers, and I'll use Markdale as an example. You have 683 customers, of which 653 have a 3/4 inch meter, which typically are residential customers. But you have some customers. You have one 6-inch customer that consumes 31,600 cubic meters. We don't assume that you're going to have two 6-inch customers and they're going to consume 64 or 62,000. What we've assumed is the additional customers are residential, and they are on. They use a 3/4 inch meter, and the average consumption in the Markdale system for a residential customer, I think it was 130 cubic meters. And a CAT is actually lower. The CAT system, I think, is 74 cubic meters per customer, 3/4 inch customer, 3/4 inch meter customer. So you can't just do a average calculation, because what tends to happen is it's a lot of the customers with larger meters consume far above the 130 cubic meters per year.
Deputy Mayor?
I would have hoped for more optimism around commercial development in Markdale, but I guess that's that. Thank you very much for answering those questions. Thank you for indulging me, Your Worship.
I think we can figure out where the 6-inch main goes. Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. And go ahead, Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the presenters. The 5 to 10% rates is a recommendation. It's not actually a requirement. I'm assuming that's just a point of clarity. But I was wondering what number you use between 5 and 10 for your rate calculations.
Okay. Through you, Your Worship. No, it's not a requirement. It is considered best practice, though. And what is happening is, once you achieve that target balance, any funds in the reserve will be used, firstly, to fund your non-growth capital program. So what tends to happen is each year you contribute into the reserve from your rates, and then that reserve is used to fund the capital program. And we draw on that reserve to the extent that you don't go below the 5% target. So what is happening is, to a large extent, is that you are contributing each year an amount based on the rates that have been approved and the customer and consumption. And those surpluses are being transferred into the reserves, and the funds in the reserve are funding the capital program, but you're not going below that target balance. And the capital program in certain years are higher than the reserve funding that is available, which means that you're going to be borrowing to fund the balance of that capital program. So think of it, each year you're spending money in your capital program, but that has to be financed somehow, either by cash in the bank or in the reserve, or by borrowing. And by having that minimum balance, it addresses potential contingencies, unforeseen contingencies, projects that are required to be added by council in the year, climate change issues, the new regulation 588 also is available to address deficits in a year. So that's why you have that minimum balance. It's to ensure that the municipality is resilient in regards to unforeseen circumstances.
Councillor Allwood, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So are we maintaining the minimum 5% recommendation, and the rates are based on that? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well,
I understand why we need it, but I just want to be clear that the rate that you're proposing are maintaining 5% or the 10% or somewhere in between? Or
well, the rates are set to ensure that each year the ratepayers are contributing that recommended amount of approximately $500,000 into the reserve. The reserve is used to fund the capital program to the extent that it can. So we're not going to draw, or we have not drawn down on that reserve that would cause it to go below the 5%. So if you wanted to use all the money in the reserve and fully deplete it, you may have a year in which you have a capital program that exceeds the reserve balance, all the reserve. And you have, as council, the discretion to draw on that reserve and all the money that you have in the reserve to zero to fund the capital program. But by doing so, you leave yourself exposed to contingency issues if projects are cost more than you had budgeted. If there are climate change issues, flooding. So by having that minimum balance available, it's a, I won't say a security blanket, but it's not uncommon, and it is best practice for having reserve balances available to address those contingency issues.
Your Worship, if I may add, please.
Go ahead.
I think through you to answer the council's specific question, I think the answer is yes. The rates are based on keeping that minimum balance. So it assumes that you don't go below that 5% at all. So anything, any funding that's required for capital expenditures will come from any balance that's above that 5% plus debt, if debt is needed. So it's not the 10%. We sort of at the 5% level. But as John said, you could go, it's at your discretion to go below that if you wish in some years, but then you expose yourselves to not having that cushion. And if you spend all of it, then recovering to that 5% can be tricky in the years that follow.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Tom. Who else would like a question? Has a question? Councillor Little, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. It was slide 22, water and wastewater customer growth projection. And it was, John, I think, talked about that there would be additional customers added to the CAT system and the Markdale water system. And I'm just wondering, would those customers be able to be accommodated within the existing capacity of those systems? Or are we talking about, would there be requirement for new infrastructure?
Good question.
I could perhaps answer that, Mr. Mayor. Those customers that are being added, as shown on this slide, are really existing customers that would connect to expansions of your current systems. So, and therefore the development charges would not apply in that case. It would be the connection fee. So what this is, and perhaps it's the right time to sort of highlight that one of the key cost drivers is the municipality has significant projects coming in 2027 and 2031 in terms of interconnections with Flesherton and some of the other, when you look at the water and sewer master plan. So it's those projects that would now allow for existing properties to be connected either to water or to sewer, depending on where they are and the system to which they can connect. So so I think you've got some large costs that are coming, and of course, if you look at this rate study again in 5 years, you may be in a better position to gauge the timing of those costs as well. But what we've assumed here is that those costs are going to be incurred in those years, and those customers who are there today are going to be able to connect to those systems and pay those connection fees that would offset the costs to the ratepayers, if you will, or offset that capital cost. Similar to how the development charges would offset costs of a development or a growth-related project. So, I'm not sure if Your Worship, if that answers the question.
I can jump in there quickly too, Mr. Mayor. So I think what those costs are, if we look at as Derek said, the water and wastewater master plan. So there were some extensions and some timelines and potential customers that were listed in that document. And it talked about, like Derek said, the possible connection of water and wastewater between Markdale and Flesherton. And also from Markdale out towards the valley. So those are the ones that are starting now to come into play with. When the plan was first done, they were farther out, but now as we move further in towards those times, we have to start to think about those. So the customers then that would be along those trunk lines or those new mains, those are the connections that we're looking at for these fees, and that, if that helps.
Councilor Little, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. That was my suspicion, and I guess that master water wastewater servicing plan that probably was started back around 2015. No, before that, the term before in council, and there's been very little conversation, I think, with either last council or this council with that master servicing plan. There's going to be a significant impact. I know we're deviating a little bit from the topic of this presentation, but that's a bit news to me, I guess, that we're actively looking at that and planning for that. And I think it would be in the best interest of everyone to bring back that master servicing plan for council to have a look at and bring back to the attention of the public as well. As I say, I'm just maybe mea culpa, but I'm a bit surprised that this is sort of embedded in this presentation. Thank you.
So just before we go on, I sort of had some other questions, but I think when we did our DC charge study, those same projects were looked upon in it as well, were they not? I don't know if Sean or somebody else can speak to that.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I know we had some discussion back there about those as well. And that was at the beginning of this term, I think, of council, when we introduced those DC charges, or we talked about that, or was that the end of last term? I sort of forget. Yeah, there was debate. I know there was a lot of debate, but certainly those are things that that we should bring back to this council and have that discussion, because maybe some of those things are the same, changing, or we need to take another look at it. So I think that's something that we need to come back with Councillor Little and just dust that off, and because that is something getting closer for those dates for sure. Okay, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of my questions have been answered, but I do have two questions and a comment. In the 2016 study, were there any contributions to the asset management plan included in the rates?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there was some. It was based on the towns, because there was not a completed asset management plan at the time. We used the tangible capital asset information from finance, and we sort of a desktop assessment of what the expiry or life expectancy would be of your assets, and based on that, when the timing and the amount of the cost, when that would come due. So there was some in there. I can't recall offhand how much of it was included, but I can certainly say that it's well below what was eventually put forward through the asset management plan.
Okay, thank you. My other question, part of the study for 2016 was to end up with harmonized rates in 2021. And on page 29 of the report, the proposed rates, they've got the water systems are harmonized. The wastewater, Amick and Flesherton are basically $950. Markdale is $475 with usage. One of the presenters said a few minutes ago that the average customer is 131 cubic meters, which at 47 works out to $61 a year. So that comes to about $536 a year. So why is that not harmonized with the other two systems?
Okay, John or Derek?
I may have to defer that to Derek, because those rates were the rates that were calculated in the previous study.
I know the harmonizing was the pipe size that brought the water side harmonizing. Was it also harmonizing on the wastewater? Do you recall, Councillor Allen? Is that what your thoughts were?
I think the whole system, all systems were to be equal. Like not all, the two water systems were to be equal, and the three wastewater were to be, I would assume, if you harmonize rates, that's exactly what harmonize means.
Maybe we'll pull Sean up here while Derek's dusting off his notes there. Sean?
So I believe that you're correct in the sense that because Markdale does have a usage charge, it was lower. I don't know what the average usage, so that number that you quoted now is what we're using moving forward. But in the past, I'm not sure what we use for an average usage for a customer. I would be thinking that usage would equal it and make the rates closer to what the rates are in both Flesherton and Amick for an equivalent user. But that would have been like John said on the previous study, because the 2021 rates would be the first year, the last year on the previous study that harmonized or completed the harmonization of the rates.
So if you take the $475 from the $950 that Flesherton and Amick are paying, and divide by the 47, I'm assuming that's 47 cents per cubic meter. that's 957 cubic meters. That's an awful lot of water for one customer to use. And if I've had this discussion before with the director about meters and no meters. To me, if we are harmonizing the rates, we either need, everybody needs meters or nobody uses meters so that the rates are all the same. And I'll bring up one of the other points that I had a discussion with, and COVID-19 is a good example. Commercial buildings were shut down, basically no usage for quite a bit of the time. So somebody in Markdale that is metered would be paying that $475 for sewage, but the same commercial building in Flesherton or Amick would be paying $950, even though they were not using any capacity, or not capacity, but
less water
volume of either water or wastewater. So there's a little bit of unfairness there too. But my main concern is that low number for Markdale. I can't see that the difference between 475 and 949 is made up in usage of water. Anyways, I'll leave that with you. My comment is that on page 30 of the proposed rate impacts and the comparison, that if you use the approved 21 rates in yellow near the bottom there for wastewater, that again is using the Markdale rate. If you punch the Flesherton or Amick rate in there, we are then way above anybody else without the increase of 50% even. So those are my questions and my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Allen. And I guess just to follow up on your question, the 475, going back to that, no, the 475 and then a volumetric rate of 0.47, maybe to you, Sean, or maybe to John or Derek, is it based on an average of all the users to what they normally would take to base that price on average between all the homes to come to that sort of ballpark? Who wants to answer that one?
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm trying to think back to 2016 when the rates were harmonized. Of course, the focus was on the water systems because they were really far apart. On the wastewater side, there was a big difference between, I think, Flesherton and Amick, and there was some emphasis in trying to get those two to align.
Right.
With respect to the Markdale wastewater, I think at the time, it was the volumetric side. So that 47 cents was based on the actual water consumption. So that part of their cost was based on the water consumption projected at the time for Markdale. And the 475 is almost, if I recall correctly, it's sort of an increase to the existing fixed charge at the time, so that Markdale sort of stood on its own and Amick and Flesherton sort of stood on their own. Having said that, I mean, I do recognize Councillor Allen's point that, you know, maybe there's a big difference between the two and therefore wastewater. The 949 was based on rates that were already existing in 2016 and sort of, you know, adjusted up to 2021 so that they became the same. What some municipalities do is take a look at, you know, what the average consumption would be.
Yes.
Everybody's different. What the average consumption would be, and sort of base a flat rate on that average. But in some cases, we've seen where they've added a premium to that, if you will, a factor of 30%, sometimes 50%, just to be safe that, because they're not metered, they can ensure that enough revenue is recovered. So I guess to sort of to look back on these rates were developed based on having already established rates for Flesherton and Amick that we merged together, and Mark sort of stood alone. But going forward, I mean, it's council's discretion. If you can adjust one or the other, you can adjust the Amick and Flesherton rates, if you will, to reflect more closely the Markdale's version, but recognizing that their costs in their systems were the drivers of the original rates when they were developed by the municipality some years ago. So
just to jump in there as well, Derek, I believe, like, when trying to think back from 2016, like part of the difference between Markdale and Flesherton and Amick is that there are the commercial users, as we talked about on the water side of things. So if we took the average usage on the whole system and spread that out to all of the users, including all of the single residents, the usage might be higher because some commercial users use a lot more than what a household would use. So if the usage for the whole system was split to get that average, then it would bring the average usage up. And whereas in reality, we have the larger commercial users that use more usage. So it could skew that number slightly. The problem with the whole meter system is there's no way to meter wastewater pretty. You're getting into putting in a meter for a wastewater system that is very expensive and is only going to cause backups and blockages and insurance claims. Like, it's not as easy to monitor the wastewater flows as it is to do water. I mean, water still has its issues with meters and it's still very expensive, but wastewater is not really possible to do the whole metered side of things. So that's like, the systems are different. So we did our best to try and make the rates merge in the fairest way we could find possible back at the time anyways.
Councillor Allen? Thanks.
So if that's the case, why can't you have a residential wastewater charge equivalent to the Flesherton and Amick, which would mean Markdale's would go up, Flesherton and Amick would go down, and keep the commercial rates separate as a annual charge plus usage? Unless somebody's filling their pool, you've got history on properties. You know roughly what they're going to. Well, you can still charge them for the water by usage, but the wastewater just a flat rate, and keep all the residential and single commercial as one rate, and keep the larger users as a different rate plus usage. Because to me, if you're going to harmonize rates, you need to harmonize rates, not harmonize two of them and leave the other one low. I'm not going to give up on this.
No, that's a fair question, but I think when we did harmonize the rates in 2016, that was passed by council, and there was like a model that was followed to get to those rates, and that was all accepted by council at the time, and that was the fairest way we could find to do it. If we want to get into different rates, and that it's a lot more complicated study, and if that's council's wish, I mean, we can go and look at different commercial rates and stuff, but then it gets into a lot more complicated study and billing and everything. But I mean, this is time for council to speak up and let us know what they wish for us to look at for rates.
So maybe Sean, maybe Sean, it would be a good idea, just for going back to Councillor Allen, is to look at that chart back in, that background, just to where we were, to get to where we were in 16, to get a better understanding what we did to get to there. And maybe that would help a little bit of the background, because I remember it was over a period of time to get there, because the smaller systems were a lot higher being charged. And I know the smaller systems were quite happier, because the increase to the larger system wasn't as great, but it certainly helped reduce the smaller systems to be a little more affordable side. And I remember there was a lot of discussion around that one. But certainly, I mean, if we were to break it out into residential and commercial, as Councillor Allen is asking, I guess that just means we'd have to go back and reevaluate what that would look like, I guess, right, Sean? Is that what that would be? Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Allen, I just want to get some clarity there. Go ahead.
I forget what I was going to say. I do have the 2016 up on my other screen, but I remember back in, I wasn't on council when this last report was done, but I attended the meeting, and I remember speaking up at the public meeting and saying that this Sean's smiling, he maybe remembers what I said. This really wasn't a what's the word I'm looking for, a means to necessarily harmonize the rates. It was really to appease a certain area who was paying exorbitant fees, and I agree they were, but, and I'll say, this is the last time I'll say it, if you're going to harmonize rates, you need to harmonize rates. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me, but I think we need to look at a way of keeping all the residential customers and the single, the commercial customers that just have a 3/4 water inlet and standard 1 or 2 sewage units. We're not talking the big ones. Keep them all the same and have a commercial fee different. Thank you.
Okay. You bring out some interesting points, certainly, Councillor Allen. And I know just as a little bit of a tidbit, I remember back about 07, 08, when we started going through a rate system, and Sean, you were kicking around back then. And I remember being at a public meeting in Kimberley, and we had no money in reserves, and we needed to fix pumps and that, and we had nothing. And I think that's when the province brought in that we had to have a rate. We had the new system of creating some reserves, and it was a pretty, in all the systems, it was a pretty hard pill to swallow. But I think the second time that we did have some reserves, and we were able to create a little bit of a. But initially, when we did that first rate study, it was a big pill to swallow, because we had no reserves, and I think Sean had a spare pump on the shelf, and it was pretty grim. And but I remember, Sean, you probably remember that public meeting out in Kimberley. I certainly remembered it. I think I left a few scars there, but anyway. But we moved forward, and we came up with a system of creating those reserves, and that was part of what. And it is that balance that council has to try to find. What's the medium, what's the right one that we have to do. And this is why we're going through this process, and why it comes up every 5 years, as we're doing right now. So certainly good points. Is there anybody else has any comments or questions? I know this is certainly a big part of our operation here in Grey Highlands. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had 2 pretty simple questions for Director. Being first time, having the fun and joy of looking at this kind of system and process. In terms of the rates and how we got as Grey Highlands to being above average and on the higher scale comparatively, is the reason where that costs have to do with the type of units we're using? Is it a lack of users on our system versus this type of systems we're using? Is it a capacity thing? Why is it that we're at where we're at now? Kind of trying to figure out the history of that.
So just, yeah, you're correct. It's a combination of different things, but the two of the systems that we have that were both built when there was some provincial and federal funding are class 3 systems. So the Kimberley system that we talked about for water is, so there's 4 classes of water systems. There's a 1, 2, 3, and 4, obviously going up. So the Kimberley system is a 3. So it's one of the more complicated systems compared to a lot of systems around. And as well as Flesherton. So Flesherton is built as a class 3 wastewater treatment plant. So I believe Owen Sound just did, I forget, $42 million upgrade to their plant to go from a class 1 to a 2. So we're running a class 3 system with, I forget the exact amount of users, but a very limited number of users. So that's why the system costs are expensive per user. There is some room to grow, like the Flesherton system has a capacity, I think we're running about 40 to 50% capacity right now. So there is room for growth there, as well as Kimberley water treatment plant. It has a capacity of 1,122 cubic meters per day, and we're down around 100 cubic meters a day. So there's also a capacity there that could be utilized, but right now that has to be split between what users we do have. Markdale system is a lot closer to their capacity limits, obviously, and both systems in Markdale are, like, the sewage treatment is a class 1 and the water treatment is a class 1. The systems are a lot more users there to pay for, but there is a lot of infrastructure. So what allowed us to be able to merge the rates back on the last study, or make it more palatable for the users, was that there was, as the mayor alluded to, some reserves built in Kimberley and the Amex system, and by decisions of the previous councils, and that allowed it a little more palatable because of some of the major works, as we're doing right now in Markdale for infrastructure. We're going to utilize some of those reserves to reduce the amount of borrowing, and that allowed us to allow the rates to be more easily merged in the systems. And by easily, I don't mean it was easy in any way, shape, or form.
I'm thinking, Sean, maybe, Sean, that we need to have a public utilities 101 someday with council. Maybe you and I can talk about that further. Go ahead, Councilor Nielsen.
No, that he did a very sufficient job answering my question. I don't think at the moment I'm formalizing whether I have another one or not.
Okay, so just a reminder, just before we go in for questions, this is a delegation that's coming. It is going to the public. We will come back after we get some feedback from the public, and certainly I'm not cutting off anybody from questions. It's good to get that clarity. Okay, like Councilor Allen, you had another question.
You just answered it for me. Thank you.
Oh. All right, thank you. Further, Councilor Nielsen.
Yeah, sorry. So for clarity, there's what's the next process then? So there's no vote going on this today. It goes out to the general public for feedback.
Yeah. So you look at the motion there. It says to receive this information, and let's see, that council received the draft water and wastewater rates presentation from DFA Infrastructure International and Corp for information in advance of a public meeting scheduled in November.
Sorry, sir. I was just so excited. I thought we were going to be moving forward today.
Well, you'd be excited if everybody else would be a bit excited today if you did, I think, without public input.
So just to jump in there, Mr. Mayor, sorry, we are looking to move forward. So obviously, part of our drinking water license, we're required to have this 6-year plan. So when we went out for the RFP for the plan last year, we had outlined the timelines for, so prior to our drinking water license renewal, which is next spring, 6 months prior to that, we have to have our application in. So that's why we're going for this now. So we're open for discussion till November. And then when it comes back, it'll be coming to council for approval in November. And then we will have the actual rates to be presented in the open house, the same as when we present the budget open house for the levy. But we do need to make sure we get this approved so that we can apply for our license to keep the systems going. So I just want to make sure that timeline's out there as well.
Okay. So how are we going to go through a public engagement on this, Sean, or what's the thought here, or from staff?
So this presentation, obviously, it was done through council in the open forum. So everybody, we had done a survey of our water users and wastewater users, and anybody that indicated in the survey, one of the questions was, do you wish to be notified when this will be, the next rate study will be done? So we have notified all those users that it would be on today's council meeting. So we hope that they are watching, and then we will wait over the next couple of weeks to get comments and stuff back. And hopefully if you as councillors get any comments or concerns, you will also bring those to us. And then following in the meetings in November and the open house, then we would pass the rate study as it is.
Okay, so I guess, and the thing is, if council feels it needs some more time to talk about this, is that if that was to happen, it would have to happen before the end of November to have that conversation before we get to making a final decision. The final decision has to be made by the end of November, correct?
Middle of November, I think.
So what, the 15th? Is that sort of, that's the middle, right?
Yeah, I think the council meeting was the 18th, I think.
Right. Okay. So if council wanted a special committee of the whole or get public input, we'd have to do it before that. Okay. Thanks, Sean. Okay. Councillor Allwood.
Just a point of clarity, Your Worship. So the public meeting rather that's referred to in the motion is that the public meeting we're having for the budget, or are we having a separate public meeting just for this rate study?
I believe the breakout sessions are for the budget as a levy side and as the public utilities. So one of the breakout rooms would be for utilities.
And do you have a date on that? I don't have that date handy. Madam CEO, do you have a date on that?
I'm just, Your Worship. So I think it's the 18th.
Is the breakout sessions?
Yes.
And then the council meeting that needs to come back to them would have to be pretty close to that if you have to have this determined 6 months prior to next spring.
So through you, Your Worship, I just asked the Director Moyer, are you considering December 2nd?
I believe it was, yeah, I can't remember for sure if it was on the final approval for December 2nd, but like our license renewal has to be in like right away.
Okay. I'm sensing maybe a public committee of the whole here, but I don't know. I know there is some big increase suggestions to the public, whether we want to get some feedback on that other than just going out. What's your wish, council? So any further questions before we move on to where we're going to go here? Councillor Allen?
Well, I was just going to say, if the breakout session is on the 18th and we have, how do we have is that our council meeting day? Yes, it is. So how are we going to have a breakout session and a council meeting the same day and talk about it and have it for the next agenda?
Madam CEO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. So we have a budget open house scheduled for 10 a.m. Council is at 1 p.m. and then we have another budget open house scheduled for 6 p.m. So the breakout sessions will be during the budget meetings. So we have to do things a little differently, obviously, this year because of COVID. So we're looking at an electronic format. The budget meetings are scheduled for I think it's 2 hours.
So 10 to 12 and 6 to 8.
That's correct.
But that's including all budget, including the water rates?
That's correct. And I believe the planning fees are also going to be in those breakout sessions too.
Okay.
That'll be a long day.
Councillor Allen, anything else? You made your comment there. Okay, thanks, Madam CEO. Did you have anything to add to that, Director Moyer, before I go to other questions, or is that enough clarity? Okay, Councillor Allwood.
I was just checking our schedule in November. Those open houses are 1 hour meetings from 10 to 11 and from 6 to 7 p.m. So a lot of information to go over in 1 hour with the public.
Okay. So any further questions into our presenters before I go to the next step here from council of what's your wish here? Okay, I'm going to suggest we take a break and come back to deal with this as far as, do you want to continue on with this motion? Because it could, okay, because I know we've been sitting here for 2.5 hours almost. So I know I could do something, but anyway, go ahead, Councillor Little.
Your Worship, I think we should wrap this part up, especially for our presenters who have been here for as long as we have. If we receive for information and all it says is that we're receiving in advance of the public meeting schedule, it's not really part of the motion. Can we not receive for information if there are no more questions for our presenters?
We can. Do you want to come back to meeting schedule? We have meeting schedule on our agenda later on if you want to further talk about whether there's enough public consulting or whatever. I just don't want to miss the part. I'm picking up the part that there's some tight timelines here, and I just want to make sure that council has the opportunity to have that conversation before we completely move off this topic. That's all. That's why I was saying about it. So, Councillor Little.
So maybe it is appropriate to have it later on in the agenda and
okay,
keep our questions for the presenters to the technical part of things and leave that other discussion for later. That would be my suggestion.
We can talk about that on the meeting dates. We can talk about that as well. That's what the thought. Okay, I got Councillor Allwood and Deputy Mayor. I think Councillor Bellacette maybe is in there too. I'm not sure. Go ahead, Councillor Allwood. And
thank you, Your Worship. So I'm sensing, we should receive this for information in advance of a public meeting, but perhaps at the other meeting, part of this council meeting, we should schedule a committee of the whole on this report and probably maybe get some public input at that. Anyways, we could talk about that later, but for the moment, I'm prepared to move that the motion as written.
Okay, and Councillor Little, you're prepared to second that? Okay, I don't want to take away from other questions here. There was, okay, so that motion's on the floor. So just are you moving what's on the agenda, or you're moving that you receive the information and that in advance of a public meeting schedule in November, or you want to just change it to advance of a public meeting period?
I'm moving the motion as written, Your Worship.
And you're seconding that as written, Councillor Little? Okay. Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Bellacette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when we send this to the public meeting, are we sending the recommended rates or what are we sending exactly to the public meeting, I guess is my question.
Well, I would say that probably, unless there's a change from council, it's probably what's been presented. Certainly, if there's decided to have a committee of the whole, and if we want to tinker with that, I guess that would be something that would be a different story. But I'm assuming, similar to how in the past, how you've received a draft budget, then you've taken that one to the public as well. But does that add clarity? Maybe I'll go to Sean or maybe the CAO. I'm just. It's at the discretion of council what they wish to take to a public, I guess, in a sense. We've received, or we get a motion on the floor to receive it at this time and in advance of a public meeting schedule. So it's pretty much straightforward to what the motion is there.
If I may expand on that, Your Worship. So I understand that, but normally what's happened with the budget, with the budget, I guess we've had the budget tabled at one meeting. We've gone through our COWs, and then we've taken the final budget to a public meeting before ratifying it at a following council meeting. I see the CAO shaking her head, so I'm guessing that's changing. So I'll.
More recently, we've done it maybe different than way in the past, but I'll go to the CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. So previously I wasn't a fan of public meetings for budgets because of my former experience with them. Last year, during deliberations, council asked to have a public meeting. We did the public meeting. I was actually pleasantly surprised. I thought it went very well. It was a 2-hour meeting and it was question and answer period. Ideally, you would table the budget and then have your public meeting so that council has the input from the public when they're deliberating. So that's why we brought it forward this year. So we will be tabling on, just looking here. So November 4th, we will table. So we will have a presentation for council and the public. That presentation will be available on YouTube for viewers to look in. And then we will have 2 1-hour, as opposed to having 1 2-hour budget meeting for the public. We felt it was good to split it up so that people who were able to come in the daytime had an option, and people who weren't able to come in the daytime had an option in the evening. So the public meeting will be very high level. So we won't be doing a presentation. We will give an overview of how it works electronically. And then visitors will be able to go in and out, and we'll have kind of slide presentations similar to what we did in the public meeting when we had the billboards up with, you know, snapshots of different parts of the budget, and just kind of give an overview and an explanation as to what the drivers are and so on. So the breakout rooms for the water rates and the planning rates will be higher level too, that we're not going to get into all of the detail of the calculations and that kind of thing, but definitely have slides in there that explain why we're at the position we're at. So we think we can do it very successfully in this format, but we do think it's more important for council to get public feedback before they start their deliberations.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worships. Okay, so this muddies it a little more for me, because with the budget deliberations, we get the budget, we go to public, and we can bring the feedback that we get from the public, we can bring that to our deliberation meetings. So with the water and wastewater rates, we won't have much time to go into deliberation meetings. So what are we presenting to the public? Are we presenting the recommended option, which is 50% increase in 2022? Or are we just saying, here's the study, we're gonna pick either the recommended or the alternative or whatever else comes up later, is sort of what I'm trying to get at.
Madam CEO.
Okay, click my mute off there. Thank you. Thank you, Worship. I think it's a council's discretion. I mean, the consultants come forward with 2 options here. You can present both options to the public, get public feedback, and then council can make its decision, or council could make a recommendation to go forward with one of the options and then get public feedback on that option. So it is really up to council at this point, I would suggest. I mean, you know, both options have been presented there by the consultant.
This is why I was saying that maybe we need to take this break and come back to this, because I think we're going to be talking about this for a little bit longer. But thanks, Madam CEO. Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Your Worship. That was my point when I mentioned perhaps, you know, a committee of the whole to address some of the issues that our deputy mayor has brought up. You know, this is a significant increase in cost to our water and sewage users that we're talking about here. So my motion today would be to receive this report in advance of a public meeting. I would suggest that later in this meeting, when we're talking about other meetings, that we schedule a committee of the whole with public input, present this report as we've received it, get the public input, and then deliberate in advance of that budget deliberation. So, and again, given Sean's, given our Director of Public Works timelines, there's some urgency to this. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can then ask that the mover and the seconder include the verbiage around having the committee of the whole in the motion, just so that it's all clear and above board. I would appreciate that.
Well, the motion is on the floor as it's been now on the floor. You almost need to go through that process of adding an amending motion. As I recall, 2 hours ago.
Fair enough. I move then, Your Worship, that we amend the motion on the floor by adding a clause to it saying, and that council forward this report for deliberations to a committee of the whole to take place prior to the public meeting scheduled in November.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Nielsen. Okay, so right now we're discussing the amending motion to have a further committee of the whole meeting prior to presenting to the public. Councillor Allwood.
I just wanted some clarity from the deputy mayor at the committee of the whole. We're going to have some opportunity for public input.
Councillor Deputy Mayor.
I don't have the procedural bylaw handy, but I believe we can have public input at a committee of the whole. But it's just the public meeting is different from public input at a committee of the whole. So I just want to make sure that the committee of the whole is in there, and it's specified that it will happen before that public meeting that's been scheduled in November.
We did have public input with the McSweeney report there a few weeks back. We did have opportunity to, on that sense. Madam Clerk, you popped up.
I certainly did. So based on the discussion that we had had, or that you had had, not that we had had, that you guys have had in relation to getting public input during the committee of the whole, when I drafted Deputy Mayor Desai's motion, I did include that. So it would be that the main motion be amended by adding the following clause: that council forward this report for deliberations to a committee of whole, which would include a section for public input and is to be scheduled prior to the public meeting in November.
I got 2 thumbs up, so that must be good for the mover and to the seconder. I think he's smiling. So, okay. So does everybody understand the motion to amend the original motion? Councillor Allwood, did you have an indication you wish to speak? I thought you had your hand up or something there.
No, Your Worship, sorry, I was just nodding in agreement or thumbs up in agreement. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So is there any other further discussion on the motion to amend? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of that motion? Okay, that's carried. All right. So now we go back to the main motion that was moved with the amendment added. Any discussion on that motion? And that's including what's in the draft or what's on the agenda to include that motion that was amending it. So I know it gets twisted around. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, well, thank you, Council, and thanks, John and Derek, for your information. And we may need you wherever we decide that committee of the whole, if you're actually able to add any further questions. And I would probably think if we're moving toward that committee of the whole, if Council did have further questions, that we could forward that on previously ahead of time. That'll help sometimes on the time factor that's consumed during our meetings as well. So. Okay, and we'll discuss that further on in the agenda with regards to meeting dates. So I'm going to suggest we take a little break. It is 3:33. I don't know that's if you look that up, 333. That's you say that's angels out there or something. I don't know if you look that up. Yeah, seriously, you Google it. 333 talks about your angels out there. So not that we're talking about that today. So let's take a break till what 3:45. Is that 3:45? Wow. We're moving on here in the daytime. So that's about 12 minutes of calculation. So we'll come back at 3:45. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Have a good day then.
Okay.
There you are. I'm back. Took a long walk. All right. So we'll call this meeting back to order. All right. So we have the we're at item 7.1 on our agenda, and these are the committee of the whole minutes of, I guess, October the 7th. Can I have a mover and a seconder for those, please? Councillor Allwood, Councillor Nielsen. Any discussion on those minutes? There's a couple of items that come out of it, but seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so next is the review of the McSweeney Economic Development Report. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to make a motion that's a little bit more descriptive than the recommendation from the Committee of the Whole.
Okay.
I would move that staff be directed. Actually, the clerk has a copy of the motion, so if it would help council, it could go up on the screen.
Is it much off to what's being suggested, or is it quite a bit of information?
There's a little bit more verbiage, Your Worship.
Okay. So
I'll read it and then perhaps
okay.
the clerk can put it up. That staff be directed to bring a report to council outlining the status of economic development initiatives in Grey Highlands, including an update on the progress of the municipality's 2018 Economic Development Strategy, McSweeney, the impact of COVID-19, as well as identifying trends and potential next steps.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? I can't see this screen very well.
Yes, Your Worship, this is the Deputy Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, discussion. And there was something that we did miss for clarity was on the May 28th, 2018, and Mr. Harold did raise that at his last delegation at a last council meeting with regards, there was further direction given to the McSweeney report. I think we met like the 15th, and then on the 28th of May 2018, and there was further direction. I'm just trying to pull that up, but while I do that, any discussion on this motion? I'm just trying to go back. Can't find it right now, but there was further direction, because I remember when I raised the point of our last council meeting that we had just received it, but there was I can't just pull it up right now, but there was a separate meeting on the 28th that gave a separate direction to the McSweeney report, and when Jim Harold did speak to it at our last council meeting, he made reference to that, and I just I can't seem to pull it up right at the moment. Does anybody else recall that, or did anybody remember Mr. Harold saying that? Councillor Little? Oh, you're on mute, Councillor Little.
You're right. There's feedback here. You're correct.
Yeah.
I don't think that has a bearing on this motion, however.
No. Okay. I just can't remember exact wording, but okay. So so then the motion is moved in second. Any further discussion on that? Seeing not. So when do you expect that to come back, Councillor Little? Because you didn't put a time frame on that.
Thank you, Worship. This would be the economic director, so perhaps she has a response to that question.
Michelle?
Thank you, Mayor McQueen. Through you to Councillor Little. I would suspect we're coming up. It should be available by the 1st of December, first meeting in December at the very latest, but hopefully before then. Our next one is the 2nd. I'll aim for mid-November.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, could you just put it up on the screen there for one more time there, please? just so the viewing public has a second chance to see it, because this is different to our agenda. So here we go. Okay. All right, so seeing there's no other discussion there, all in favor of that motion? That is carried. Okay. And then the next one, that's recommendations that came out of the committee of the whole. Would somebody like to move and second that motion with regards to the billboard? Deputy Mayor? Councillor Little? Okay, any discussion on that one? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right. All right, so then moving on into items for council for consideration. The first one is for the retrofit grant application for 11 Main Street East, Markdale. And it's spelled out there. Would somebody like to move and second that one? Councillor Allwood, Councillor Delegations. Any questions to staff on that? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All right, moving on to our next item, consent approval. I got that right. So we have a number of items that are in the consent approval. Councillor Little, do you wish to pull something or what?
I'd like to pull 9.2, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nielsen?
I'd like to pull 9.1, sir.
Ooh. Okay, Councillor Nielsen. Oh, Councillor Little?
Sorry, Your Worship, I meant 9.3.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought maybe you were going to ask some questions there. All right, so are there any other items wish to be pulled? We can still speak to them in general, but basically, as the clerk indicates, if you wish to maybe change the direction of the motion, that's why you should pull it. Okay, seeing there is no others to be pulled, can I have a mover and a seconder to the remaining consent agenda? Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Deputy Mayor. Okay, so is there any discussion on any of the items that are left in the consent agenda? I will speak to the Police Services Board minutes briefly. We do have a new acting detachment commander. His name is Paul. Help me out here, Councillor Nielsen. What's his? Paul
Chambers. Paul Chambers, sir.
That's it. That's it. Paul Chalmers is the new acting detachment commander. And from a provincial appointee, we have Stuart Halliday is the new provincial appointee to the Police Services Board, Grey Highlands Police Services Board. Any other comments then to the items that are left? There was one other one I thought I had, but
one other quick addition to the PSB, sir, is just we were supposed to have our new community officer, Nick, at the meeting. Unfortunately, he was at a training session that day, so he'll be officially brought to the Police Services Board at the next one, I'm guessing. But I've actually bumped into him at the school already and had a great conversation with him, and he is already getting favorable responses from the principals and from the schools, even with the COVID situation. He's worked out to where he's able to get into the Grey Highlands Secondary School, and then he's working on plans to be able to start going into the elementary schools in Grey Highlands to be able to give some presentations and talk to students. So it was interesting to have a conversation with him. I bumped into him at the McPhail School. So.
Fantastic. That's great news. Okay, so I hear, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Little.
Just with respect to item 9.5, I think kudos are in order once again for Sean and the Public Utilities Department for getting A+, consistently getting A+. So, and thanks for your stellar performance in your duties.
Echo that to you, Sean, and make sure you pass that on to your staff as well.
I definitely can't take much of the credit. It is a lot of the operators that keep things going out in the field and keep the paperwork and everything going. So I will definitely pass that on to them, and thank you very much for that.
Great, thanks. And thanks for that, Councillor Little. All right, so I don't hear of any other conversations if the items that are there. It was moved by Councillor Nielsen, second by Deputy Mayor for the consent items. All in favor of that? That's carried. Okay. So then, Councillor Nielsen, you pulled item 9.1.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'm just quickly entering a text from the clerk about my thing. I would like to make a motion that council write a letter of support for, forgive me on the pronunciation, Wollaston Township. The communication that came through was they had an interesting instance of additional voters through what they thought was a loophole, and reviewing what happened to them, I thought that it was important that that kind of loophole closed. Their issues explained in their letter to the minister was that shortly before the last municipal election, a bunch of $100 leases came out, so there was a large increase to the voter pool, which was a non-resident electors that was just kind of done into sleeping cabins, bunkies, and sheds. So it seems like there appears to be a little bit of a loophole there, so that I feel should be closed.
So are you looking for support to be sent back to the municipality, or also forwarding on to the Minister of Municipal Affairs?
To the minister, more importantly, we can obviously send our support back to the municipalities so that they know what we have done, but a letter of support to the minister regarding their motion.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that?
Looking for one? I got
Allwood. There you go. All right. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. It would be prudent to mention in this letter that this be done as part of consultations for Bill 218. Yesterday, the Attorney General tabled Bill 218 in the legislature, which there's two schedules to it. The first one deals with the liability around transmission of COVID by a healthcare professional and so on. The second one, which is the more important one, or more relevant one in this case, is with regards to changing election practices. It amends the Municipal Election Act of 1996, and the biggest part, of course, is it takes out, it prevents municipalities from doing ranked ballots. There's a number of issues of that which we can talk about later at a different time. But I think one of the big parts is that there hasn't been any consultation on it yet. So I think if we're going to be amending the Municipal Elections Act anyways, we should mention that there be consultation on Bill 218 and that the comments from Wollaston Township be considered in making those changes to the Municipal Act. And I think we should work that into the letter of support that we send back to the minister. Thank you.
You're making reference that should reference this bill, that this is information toward making changes.
Yes, I mean, if we're going to amend the Municipal Elections Act, then it just makes sense that the province does a consultation process, and that these comments be taken in as part of that consultation process.
So if we're forwarding it to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Minister Clark, he's probably the same one that's bringing forward the Bill 108, well, is he not?
No, Your Worship. Bill 218 has been brought forward by the Attorney General, Doug Downey, not the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Okay, I see the clerk has popped up. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the Deputy Mayor. I think we're speaking about two completely different topics here. Bill 218 is specifically in relation to ranked ballots. I know that it is a bill that plans to make a minor amendment to the Elections Act, but not in relation to what this request is asking. My recommendation would be that should you wish the municipality to take a stand on amendments to the Municipal Act further in its entirety beyond what this letter of resolution, that a notice of motion be brought forward.
With all due respect, Your Worship, there's also changes to certain timelines in the nomination date, but I'll take the clerk's comments on it and I'll bring back a notice of motion at the end of this meeting.
Okay. So that keeps the motion that's on the floor pretty straightforward at this time. And that has been moved by Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Allwood, that letter of support, and it will be also forwarded on to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Mr. Clark. Any further conversation here on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. All right. Next item for discussion is item 9.3. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this was a typical Grey County request for comments from our municipality about a minor exemption for clear cutting, and based on their clear cutting bylaw, the map area, if the clerk could pull it up, please. The map area actually shows quite a large, two relatively large sections of woodland that's proposed to be cut, as well as a smaller portion. We had something similar on our July council meeting, and we did have some discussion, although the parcels that were proposed to be cut were much smaller. My concern is that when we get these requests from the county, there's very little information. All we know is the location and the size of the area that's proposed to be cut. And so I think it behooves council not to just accept this, but to, I would move that we have concerns about the size of the area proposed, and that we would request from county council that we get more information. It could be that those areas are plantation, in which case, it's not an issue, but if they're, a hardwood bush, or, they could be significant woodland, they're of a size that it could be significant woodland, then that is an issue. So I did send something to the clerk with my wording for a proposed motion, but basically that we receive for information, but that we forward to council, that we forward to, the county, that this council has concerns about the size of the area that's proposed for clear cutting, and that we request more information from county staff and also from Grey Sauble Conservation Authority, any natural heritage impacts if indicated.
So I guess that's one question I would have, Councillor Little. Is this significant woodland, or is this sort of an area that's in that significant woodland? I guess
that's the question, Your Worship, because we don't have that information. I mean, if it's plantation, that's a different story, but right. We always, it seems, we're provided with very little information, and that's maybe just because it's the circulation of an application. Staff hasn't really addressed it yet, but from our perspective, I think that we would want to know, is that significant woodland? We can't. I don't know how this council can make a determination that we have concerns or not concerns without more information. So that's why I'm requesting that we do have concerns, that we need more information from county staff, and also that we would like comments from Grey Sauble on natural heritage concerns like significant woodlands. Anyway, I think I sent my, you didn't get it? I put it in chat.
Oh, in chat.
Yeah.
I'm checking my email. Thank you.
So just as you're looking for that, I will say there was a number of years back, there was a clear cutting application and there was no public process, no process at all. And at the county, and at the time, I know a few of us and I pushed for circulation. So they changed the process so it circulates the neighbors, because the one that was clear cut was on a sloped area, and it was clear cut and it caused erosion problems for neighboring properties and stuff like that. So maybe part of your motion, you may want to request that, has there been any other comments also, because it's supposed to get circulated to all the neighbors as well. And, it would be nice to see those comments if, or where are those comments placed before those decisions are made? Because if it's a municipality, Highlands, along with the county, you may, because the county is running the process, you still as municipality may want to see those comments, if there are any. And that would come from the neighboring properties.
Yeah, Your Worship. I did review the county bylaw, and I don't have it right in front of me now, but I could pull it up quite quickly. I think in there it does include notification of neighbors.
Yes.
But I can verify that.
Well, I know it does, because I know that was a big change that,
Okay.
because of erosion and neighboring properties can be affected by clear cutting as well, right? So, especially if they're residential or estate residential lots where it's a different, maybe as a farm, but they all have different aspects, right? So, and you may want to incorporate that or add that to your email or your motion as well, to see those comments.
Right.
And Madam Clerk, are you having any luck there? Finding out on that motion that was forwarded?
Yes, Your Worship. Kathy put it in the chat within this Zoom meeting, and I have made that into a proper motion. I have put it into the chat for all of panelists, but I'll read it for you now. That Council received the Grey County request for comments on the application for minor exemption clear cutting from Andrew H. Martin, and that Grey Highlands Council has concerns about the size of the area proposed for clear cutting and requests more information from county staff, including any comments from Grey Sauble Conservation Authority regarding natural heritage concerns.
Do you want to add in there?
Yes, Your Worship. I'll just add and advise that county staff advise council of any comments received from any public comments received.
Okay, so you're moving that, Councillor Little?
Yes.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Valiquette? Discussion on that is, I just quickly went to the chat and I was able to see it. Thanks for that. I'm getting better here, Madam Clerk. Anybody else would like to see it, or do you understand the motion? Okay, hearing no comments, all in favor? Opposed? Oh, that's carried. All right, thanks then for that. I think that takes care of everything on the consent. I think there was only 2 items pulled, Council. Now we get into, let me get my pages right here, 10 point bylaws. Excuse me. And we have a number of bylaws that are being put up for support today. Are there any of those bylaws wish to be pulled separately? Deputy Mayor.
10.7, Your Worship.
Okay. All right. And are there any other, sorry, Councillor Allwood?
10.8, Your Worship.
Okay. All right. Any other bylaws wish to be pulled separately? All right, so then that is 99 and 98. So then bylaws 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, and 101. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Allwood. Any discussion on those bylaws? Again, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, and 101. Okay, hearing none, all in favor? That is carried. Okay, Deputy Mayor, since you pulled 10.7, 2020-098, I'll go back to you. Start with. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So following the comments that we heard during open forum earlier today, I was wondering if there was appetite for to make a change to the membership of the EDAC committee. And part of the membership is a 3 members at large. And I was wondering if there was any appetite to remove that from the membership.
What are you suggesting, Deputy Mayor?
So the number of right now it stands at anywhere between 10 to 12 members on the committee. And what I'm suggesting is that the 3 members that will be appointed at large, we don't go with the 3 members. Instead, we just have the one from the large production or manufacturing, 1 agriculture, each of the sectors. And instead of the 3 at large, we have 1 in there. That's the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, a whole bunch of hands went up. So I'm not sure, maybe Councillor Bellacette, I'll go with you. I sometimes leave you behind, so I'm going to go with you first.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate.
And now I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Councillor Bellacette, you've gone silent. Councillor Bellacette, you've gone silent. Councillor Bellacette, we can't hear you. Nothing.
Still can't hear you. If you can hear us, we cannot hear you right now. Nope.
It was that excitement that sort of blew it. Maybe just try you on audio and see if that helps. Can you hear me? No, she can't hear me either. Okay. So, okay, do that. And so I'm going to go, the screen all moved around. I think I was going to go to Councillor Nielsen next. Councillor Nielsen? Sorry.
My apologies. My father just walked into the room, so I'm just distracted. My apologies.
Your advisor. Councillor Bellacette, can you hear? Councillor, okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Worship. So there was a number of little things that staff were discussing regarding the terms of reference for this. As you are probably aware, it is very rare that we would put this on directly as a bylaw without coming back with a report with directions. However, council made it very clear that they wanted this ASAP. So that's why it went this way. There was some things that were noted that could have been done better, those kinds of things, more discussion on what happens. And we, as staff, we recognize that as well. And we would probably be remiss in asking council to pass this bylaw as it is presented right now, and would request that this bylaw get deferred pending a staff report coming back to council with options for this EDAC committee. As much as we want it ASAP, we also want it done right.
Okay, well, let's just see how many little points need to be addressed here, but we'll have that little bit of a discussion maybe to give some guidance to staff. And I'm going to go to, I have Councillor Valaket, she's still not there yet. So Councillor Nielsen, you were next. I'll recognize her when she comes back, and I got Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies for the distraction there. I didn't expect my dad to walk into my office. My only comment to Deputy Mayor Desai's thoughts was I'm not against that. It also reads optimally consists of, so it's not like we have to take people from each of those sectors. The gentleman at the beginning during the open forum did make reference to, having people from different groups and different backgrounds and interests at large. So I think we leave ourselves open. That was just the two comments I wanted to make.
Okay. I think Councillor Allen, maybe you were next. Oh,
Well, I was going to make the same point that our clerk did. I think this is the first time I've seen a terms of reference come as a bylaw without any report. So I was going to move that we have staff report before the bylaw.
Okay. Well, and I guess if you want to give some guidance there as well, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I would favor that as well. And just to comment further on some of the our open delegation remarks. I think initially I was in favor of having representation from the various sectors, but I think that really ties our hands quite a bit. We want the best people on this. It's such an important task or advisory group that we want the best people that we can get on this group. So I would favor keeping it entirely open, not specifying any one sector or group, and removing the 3 members at large, because they would all be members at large, which would bring the numbers down in total. So 3 members of council, and then I think that's 6 members at large, which would bring the total to 9. And having a member from Grey County always, invited to the table and hopefully participating, but not a non-voting member. And anyway, those are my thoughts, but I certainly favor a report coming back from staff.
Okay. Any other comments then? So I guess maybe a motion to defer this to further input. Is that how you want to address this? I think Deputy Mayor, you pulled it, so I'm not sure if you want to address it first or.
Thank you, Your Worship. So here in the comments, I'm open to deferring the item to further information coming back from staff. We've also talked about certain amendments that we'd like to see in there. So yeah, I'd be open to a deferral and to getting a staff report as well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so moved by Deputy Mayor. Procedurally, Madam Clerk, since it was pulled, do we defer it or we just not support it? Madam Clerk.
A deferral would be in order, Your Worship.
Okay, so moved by Deputy Mayor Desai. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Little. Any further comments in there? Hearing none. All in favor of that? That's carried. Okay. Okay. Then the next item was pulled was Councillor Allwood. You pulled the sign by law task force. Councillor Allwood.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to bring to council and the public's attention that the original recommendation included in the composition a member from the Chamber of Commerce. I did question our Director of Economic Development, and that was an oversight, and should the member from the Chamber should be included in that composition. So I'm not sure whether we need to amend the bylaw, and I'll defer to the clerk on how to make that happen.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. If this is the only change to this one, this bylaw can be approved as amended by amending the composition to include the member of the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, is that the general feeling of Councillor Allen?
Is this the same? Have we had a report? Has this come back, or is this just as a bylaw?
Madam Clerk.
Through Your Worship. So this was based on the report brought from Director Harris. I can't recall which meeting it was, just recently, and she indicated a number of items that she would like to see included in it. So this one is related to the report that requested this.
Yeah, it was September 16th council meeting, but it said to draft the terms of reference, but I don't think we've seen it up until today, have we? No.
But we did have a committee of the whole. That was the one we just approved earlier on today. The committee of the whole, was it October 10th or October 7th? Maybe it was. What's my agenda here? October 7th, and it was the. No, let me get it right. October 7th, yeah, committee of the whole. We had the two items on there. Was the McSweeney and the Billboard. And this is the terms of reference for, oh, sorry, you're right. This is a signed bylaw. That's right. It was separate to the Billboard. That's right. And you're correct, Councillor. I was getting those two confused. So you're correct. So is your wish the same as to defer it then, other than just make that one change? Or do you feel that it's okay? Or do you want it to come back in a separate item, Councillor Allen?
Well, I think any of the terms of reference, they've always come back as a report first and then the bylaw.
Right. So are you looking to move that as a deferral then, or what's your wish?
Sure. Sure.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Oh, welcome back, Councillor Valaket. You missed a lot. We're almost ready to adjourn. Just kidding. I need a seconder for Councillor Allen's motion to defer the terms of reference for the signed bylaw task force.
Whoa.
Councillor Little, are you seconding that?
I have a question for Councillor Allen.
Go ahead.
What are you looking for in a report, Councillor Allen?
I'm not looking for anything specific. I'm just thinking the way we've always done it is that we've had a report and time to discuss, and I know we can discuss it now, but it just deviating from how we've always done it.
Okay. So just going to you, Councillor Valaket, the item that was pulled by the deputy mayor for the draft economic development terms of reference has been deferred to bring back a report. And now we're on the second one that was pulled by Councillor Allwood, and that was carried. And now we're on the 1008 with regards to the signed bylaw task force. And both, it was clarified by the clerk that both have not come back in a report. They've gone both to the bylaw right away. So Councillor Allen right now has moved a motion. I'm looking for a seconder that it come back in a report first before it comes in a bylaw form, but I have not received a seconder for that. Councillor Little, you're seconding that? Okay. So now there's a motion on the floor that this will come back in a report first before it comes back as a bylaw. Okay, any discussion there? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Okay. All right, so that takes care of the bylaws. So the other ones were supported. Do you have any questions, Councillor Valaket, before I move on? I know you're okay.
I received some chats from our clerk that brought me up to date. Thank you so much.
Did you find out what happened there? The excitement sort of through the system?
Just, yeah, as so everybody knows, my iPad was dying. I plugged it in, and I think it's on some sort of safety, trying to save power mode. So it turned my mic off, I believe, is what happened. And then I panicked and couldn't get back in.
So that burst of excitement just sort of pushed the battery over the limit. Okay, that's good. Well, I'll certainly have to get you the next time. Okay, so moving on. Are there any notice of motions from council? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the next council meeting, I would like to put Bill 218 on the council agenda to talk about it further and to see if our council is willing to take a position on it. Thank you.
Okay. And if you could get that information out early, or if there's any background information, that would really be good for us. Okay. Are there any other notice of motions from council at this time? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be working with the Director for Planning on a motion, which will come at the next meeting, hopefully, with regards to certain properties that were zoned a certain way, and which at some point their zoning was off and they don't fit that zone anymore. So to sort of come up with a bit of a solution for that, and that'll be hopefully at the next meeting.
Sounds like something before we do our zoning review. Okay. Okay, last call. Are there any other notice of motions? Okay. Grey County highlights. I'm just going to pull it up here. Deputy Mayor, do you want to go first?
Sure, I've got this written down so so that I don't miss it. I hope not to miss anything. So we were joined by Chief Lester Anaquat and Councillor Sydney Najawan of Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation at the last council meeting. They were there to sort of provide remarks on a recent land claim settlement. There was properties exchanged, and yeah, it was a nice moment. There was yeah. Staff sort of gave us an outline on timelines for the 2021 budget. They're going to be bringing a report in November, and there'll be a special full-day committee of the whole at the county level at the end of January to sort of go through the entire budget. There was a report from staff regarding the initiatives that the county has undertaken so far and what the future plans are to encourage diversity and to attract and retain our youth in the area. And one of the other things was also the county voted against making changes and upgrades to the CP rail trail to allow an increased size of side-by-sides on the rail trail. Right now, the maximum size that's allowed is 54 inches, and we'd received 2 meetings ago, we'd received a delegation from the ATV clubs asking that we make certain upgrades to allow a 65-inch side-by-side on the trail. That was voted down. There was a recorded vote, and cost of the upgrades was one of the major factors in that. If we remember at the last public planning meeting that we had, there was a file with regards to a residential crossing of the CP rail trail that was supported in principle at the county level this past meeting. And to end, I think I'll end on this note. There was a notice of motion from Councillor Milne of Southgate to direct staff to work with Indigenous representatives to start every meeting with a land claim or land acknowledgement. Sorry, not a land claim, but a land acknowledgement. And that will be discussed at the meeting tomorrow. I think I've got it all, Your Worship. I'll leave it to you if there's anything new.
Yes. Okay. Well, thanks for that. And I'll just sort of add to that. Yeah, there was a great discussion around the ATV usage and the increased width on the rail trail. And at this time, council, there was some reference to the possibility of increased insurance. I know insurance has gone a little bit sideways right now, and that was indicated as a bit of a concern. I think just as clarity, it did say though that side-by-sides would be allowed up to 54 inches. So I think the old bylaw was only ATVs, but now they're including side-by-sides up to that same width itself. We had an emergency control group meeting today along with our CAO, and we sort of talked about COVID-19 and our status with regards to the declaration of our emergency at the County of Grey. It included all the heads of council along with all the staff that are always present during those meetings. It was felt that we're going to still continue on with the emergency in play. And as a few heads of council did speak, they sort of, I got to be careful what I say, but they sort of commented to the sense that they are a little bit holding back on the numbers that are sort of presently in Ontario. So steady as we go, basically. I presented as the warden last night to West Grey with updates. They made a request for me to speak, and that went very well at 7 o'clock last night, and that was very well received with a number of questions. Our 4 transportation routes are up and running. Certainly a few weeks back, I don't know if I reported to council that I got on the bus in Flusherton and hopped on and met up with the mayor of West Grey, Hanover, and ended up in Brockton. I made it back, but it was you certainly see the nice orange buses, and they're free up to a certain time. There will be some. I had a request, I think, from a representative at the farmers market this past, I guess it was a week ago, about getting information, and they are coming out with the printed copies about that. So that will be coming forward for more information, and hopefully we get ridership on that. And right now we have a provincial grant that's allowing us to do that. And Stephanie Stewart is you know, Nathan's wife is in charge of bringing that forward, and it's so far so good. It's working well, and so you get an opportunity to spread the word. And right now you have to book ahead in order to use those, and the buses that are being used right now are 10-seat buses. But certainly if the ridership increases, the provider can expand from that. The only one question I had last night at the West Grey Council, and maybe for your information, Deputy Mayor, is are they accessible for wheelchair or for that? And I know the one we were on wasn't, but I will follow up on that, because I'm sure in their fleet they probably do have, if it's being booked, they probably are able to shuffle that around and that. We do have a full agenda on tomorrow's county council, and just the last comment I made is for information. I thought I would do it there first, as I announced that I will be putting my name forward again this year for running for warden for the 2021. We get out of this 2020 season, maybe we'll get some better luck next year. And anyway, that's all I have. I don't know if you have any questions to regards to county. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wondered, I sort of lost track, but is the county cycling and trails master plan, is that on tomorrow's agenda?
Yes, there's some information coming forward on that. That's right.
And is that coming to county council for ratification, or just for information?
For information to get
for information.
To get that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll double check tonight. I know I did that overview on last week on our Monday. I guess Monday we did that agenda review, and so but there's one other report coming on there too. Gosh, I've got so much information in my head, it's hard to keep track of it all. But just quickly go to the maybe we'll get to I'll pull it up when we get into council privileges, and there may be one other thing I need to pull up there. But certainly there's a plan of subdivision that's for Southgate tomorrow. We did have, I want to also report, we did have a strategic planning meeting Trying to think when that was. Was that Tuesday? No, that was, when was that?
Last Thursday, a week ago tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, last Thursday we had a strategic planning, and we did talk about a lot of initiatives that the county is looking at and the cost, and there was a big ticket there of if we wanted to initiate all the things that could be coming forward. We had a facilitator, Rebecca, starts with an S, I think. Very good facilitator, and we met just in the morning, but there was a lot of discussion. It was great for county council to have that conversation. And working with the CO, I thought it was important for midterm to talk about those things at county council, similar to, I think maybe there's some things that maybe we need to talk about midterm ourselves as well. But certainly good discussion. There's a lot of the direction that the county is looking at. There is also a circulation, and maybe we have it for next council meeting. The town of Meaford, Municipality of Meaford, I guess it is circulating to look at a countywide waste management system. And part of the process, I know it was on West Gray's council meeting last night, and part of that, there's an old process that's in place. It's back in the Lance Thurston days of county council, where if two or more municipalities want to move that discussion toward the county, then that will make that happen. And there's also another discussion point that was on our last county council meeting, was with regards to initiating it from the town of Blue Mountains about looking after subdivision approval and looking at that at the lower level. So there's a report coming on that. I know the municipality of Meaford is interested in that. Interesting enough, the city of Owen Sound has that authority already. They approve all their planning completely. So one of those circumstances that were worked out during the amalgamation time of when Owen Sound came back into the county of Grey, because they had a different tax rate, and they're able to set their own tax rates as well. So anyway, yeah, I'll double check that one. I'll go back to the agenda here, Councillor Little, to confirm that. But any questions then to myself or the deputy mayor? Okay, seeing none, that's good. Moving on then to council privileges. Discussion points. Councillor Little.
Do we normally receive? Yeah,
No,
there's a motion. There's a motion
Okay.
there, right? I'll move that we receive the Grey County meeting highlights for information.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Velikat seconding that. And any other discussion? All in favor? That's carried. I often wondered if you don't receive it, what that means. Councillor Nielsen.
Motion to proceed past 5 o'clock, sir.
Oh, was it that time already? Okay, I need a seconder.
Close.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Velikat. All in favor? That's carried. I often wondered if that didn't get supported, I guess we would recess, wouldn't we? Or we would basically put the rest on the next agenda. Okay, so councillor privileges. Councillor Little, go ahead.
I don't know if this is the appropriate place to do this, but I was wondering if I can ask that, or if council would support asking if staff could circulate or provide a link to the water wastewater master servicing plan, and also the other documents that were referred to in the DFA rate study. So the DC charges and the asset management plan. And there was one other thing. Oh, question to staff. We saw the presentation, but have they provided a report that the presentation touches on the highlights or the main points, but is there a report behind that presentation that council can see? So there's like 4 things there that I'm sure we could dig them out on Civic Web, but it would be helpful if staff could just provide us a link or those PDFs, whatever. Thank you.
Okay, Madam CEO, you popped up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did change to my microphone. You can hear me okay, right? Okay, good. I do have the master plan right here. So happy reading with that. I'm hoping we have it in electronic format, and we'll certainly post that. We haven't received a report yet from DFA for the water rate study, but I'm expecting we'll have that shortly. So any documentation that we have, we'll definitely send the links to council. Thank you.
And just following up with that, Madam CEO, I remember, I'm trying to think who on council might remember that, either Councillor Little or even maybe Councillor Allen. I remember us having a discussion around that master servicing plan and talking about, you know, going out to the valley and down to Flesherton and having those conversations about, you know, where we would go and what, you know, because I think if we had $12 million or whatever that number was, we would go out to the valley, but we're short, you know, there's a big dollar to get that trunk line out there. And I thought we sort of said, well, no, that's not gonna work. And then I think we did talk about Flesherton, but I just can't remember to the direction. It's so long ago, Councillor. Do you remember that, or Councillor Allen? Because that may be some of the stuff that's, as Sean was mentioned too, and some of the other stuff that's sort of maybe leading up to, you know, and I know there was a lot of discussion in that at the time of the DC charge as well. Councillor Little. Oh, go ahead. Okay, I can go to you, Madam CEO, first, and then Councillor.
Sorry, Your Worship. Thank you. Through you. There was 41 million identified for expansion of the systems in the valley and into Flesherton. And that was identified and taken from the master plan. So at the point we're at now with development and growth, it would be a really good time to have the discussion as to whether going forward that's something that council anticipates is in fact going to happen. I don't believe any of the costs that are in the current water rate study are attributed to that expansion. That would be something that would be coming as a future cost to the system. But it's definitely a good time to have that conversation at this point.
So just following up that, and I'll go back to you, Councillor. That's where I'm wondering if we need just a 101 on public utilities, just to really pull out some of that stuff as a committee of the whole and have that bigger conversation and understand that whole dynamics around water and wastewater. Go ahead, Councillor Little.
Yeah, I think I was a bit taken by surprise that master servicing plan was being used to support the calculations in the DFA report. I wasn't on council at the time, but I was quite engaged in the local community, and my understanding at the time was that it was cost prohibitive, and shelved is probably not the appropriate term, but it was, you know, literally put on a back burner. So if it is being used to justify like rates and so on, then I think we need to take another look, and this council in particular. So that was like, you know, 2 terms ago. Even I read it. I read it back to front, and I still need, you know, I would certainly need to refresh my memory of what was in there. But it was very ambitious, and given what's happening in our municipality now, maybe it does make more sense. You know, maybe it is more feasible to consider it, but definitely I think, yeah, we do need, like the mayor says, a 101 that we have an opportunity to either review, revisit, or, you know, get a bit of a tutorial on it.
Right. Okay, Councillor Allen, maybe he has some recollection as well. Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Yeah, I can't remember if that 41 million, it did, I know we were planning or looking at going out to the valley and also coming to Flesherton, but there was also talk about looping around and picking up Eugenia. and that the two systems actually would join so that you could feed from either way if there was ever a problem with one of them. But again, I don't know if that was included in the 41 million or if that made it even more. But on that same note, during the break, I searched and I came up with the motion back in May 18th, 2016. And it says the report PU 1601 addendum water rate study and localized solution update be received, and that option 3 in the presentation be selected as the preferred approach in determining rates for the next study period, which includes blending the rates within the water and wastewater systems. So unless there was a change after that, council direction was to harmonize the rates. And it concerns me a little bit that they weren't or haven't been. So I, along with those documents that Councillor Little requested, perhaps we can have some more information on how or why the 3 wastewater systems did not get harmonized. Thank you.
Okay. I know that even the DC charge study that we done more recently referred to some number of infrastructure, water and wastewater projects also. And I thought it was referring to that master servicing plan as well. But so yeah, we maybe need to pull up some information, and maybe you, Madam CAO, can go back, and maybe it's time to have that separate meeting to have all that information and give some direction if need be, because and I will say at the time it was done, the master servicing plan, I'm going to say was done maybe 2000, well, probably there's a date on it. It was done in that, I'm going to say around 2012, 13. And part of the rationale was that is similar to the town of Blue Mountains and others, that in order to qualify for grants, you needed to have a study, you needed to have something on the shelf that all of a sudden, if there was an opportunity to get some really good funding, you needed something to go back to be able to apply. And that was sort of the rationale behind that. And you know, the big part has enabled Blue Mountains to develop is they got some big funding a long time ago, like 85 cents on the dollar or different things. Even back, I think Sean spoke to the AMIC system. There was some really big, you know, or provincial or federal funding that helped do that. And so those times have changed, and you know, the Madam CEO has talked about how many times, or even the Director of Public Utilities, how many times we applied for that water tower, like 3 or 4 times, and you know, we were always told that, well, you guys don't owe enough money to qualify for grants, right? And it's just like, you know, and we've tried and tried and tried, and you know, so it's frustrating. But again, I in my mind, that first go around was in order to, you know, if there was opportunities, at least we had something to go back to. Okay, I don't know if there's any thoughts there in the sense of so maybe working with Sean and maybe the CAO, we can look at having some further committee the whole meeting on looking at that, because we all had a tour. Everybody had the tour at the beginning of council, and we saw the sites and that sort of thing, right? And that. So, okay. Any other further discussion as far as thoughts process? I think also, just as it was reminded, or something came up in mind, was I think back in 2016 when we were setting our water rates, we froze. I'm trying to think, either it was Councillor Little or Councillor Allen, we froze that next rate, so we were able to keep moving forward while we still discussed those rates. We were able to go with it, and we can still do that. I think we can go with the 2021 rates and get that done. And if we need more time to talk about setting those rates for the next 4 or 5 years, right? We can. I mean, the 2021 rates have been decided even from our last study, right? And so, I mean, we can approve that 1 year and give us more time. I think, you know, give us more time to get this background information and to determine what maybe we want to do. So, and we did that back in the previous time. We froze that first year rates in order to give us more time. And I don't know, Councillor Little, if you remember that, or was Councillor Allen? Go ahead, Councillor Allen.
Well, with times the way they are with COVID-19, it might be a good gesture to freeze the rates for a year.
Yeah, and we've done that before. I remember with AMIC, I think we froze it 1 year just for good gesture as well, right? And yeah, okay. And Councillor Little, yeah, I just pulled up the agenda and it says cycling and trails master plan for presentation is there for tomorrow. I can't open it, but it is on there for and there will be some good discussion on that as well. I just I don't have the internet here to I'm using too much internet. Okay. Any last comments there? So I need a motion then. We do have an enclosed session here that council proceeds into closed session to discuss a matter related to emergency management update, a matter in respect to which council, board, and committee and other bodies hold a closed session under another act being the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, and also a staffing update. So I have that moved by Councillor Allwood and Councillor Nielsen. What time is it? It's 4:54. Any discussion there? All in favor? That is carried. So from Madam Clerk, we leave this and we have a new one to go into.
And that is correct, Your Worship. Our Deputy Clerk will maintain this meeting and have a slide up to let people know that we are in closed session and that we will return at the close of closed session. But we are to physically, council members, as well as the CAO and myself, will physically leave this meeting and join a separate one.
Okay, so that's carried. So from the viewing public, we're probably, what, 15 minutes? Maybe, thereabouts. It's hard to know, but we'll be longer than we have to be. Okay. We'll see you at the other side.
Oh, I like these.
One, two, three, 4, 5. Where's the deputy mayor?
Councillor Little, you're not on mute, FYI.
I'm right here, Your Worship. I'm just on the phone, joining through my phone instead of my iPad now. So.
Oh no, I just didn't show up on my ledger there. Okay. So this is we're back in open session, and only the items that council went into closed session were discussed, and there's nothing further to report. I need a motion for that, please. Councillor Little, Councillor Allwood. All in favor of that? That is carried. I need a motion for the confirming bylaw. Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Allwood. Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried. I presume you're voting there, Deputy Mayor. I can't see your hand.
Yep.
Upcoming meetings. We did talk about having a further committee of the whole with regards to the rate, the wastewater and wastewater rates. Any further thought on that, or do you want sort of a public utilities 101? Do we want to further discuss that, get more information? Has been discussed earlier on. As I mentioned, I think we've done this in the past where we can just set those rates for 2021 that it's sort of been from the previous plan, and that I think that protects us from, we've done it before moving forward, so we don't have that 6-month issue with regards to the water license. What's your wish?
Your Worship, if I may.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I was thinking if we could just have a committee of the whole scheduled where we can come to the table to sort of discuss the way forward. If if we want to pick one of the rate plans that we've been recommended, or if we want to, like you suggested, sort of extend the current plan, and so that we have more time to come up with the rates for the future, the next 6 years. So we're just coming to the table and brainstorming that. And I would also maybe suggest to do it the morning of the next council meeting, because we have that time set aside for a committee of the whole anyways. So that's just a recommendation, suggestion.
That's so brutal. Such a long day. But Councillor Allen.
I wonder what it's going to look like to the public if we have a committee of the whole meeting and discuss what we're going to do before we hear from the public.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
I just want you guys to be cognizant of the fact that the resolution that you passed earlier in the meeting was that you would hold a committee of the whole that had a public input component to it. So if you do hold it at that time, the first part of the meeting will be doing that public component part, and then you'll go into your deliberations afterwards.
Right, getting input on what has been presented, and then, yeah, similar to what we did with the McSweeney report, right? So I guess the question is that is in motion, and but I guess it would be good if you wanted that information. Maybe I'm sort of thinking it should be a separate day, one to deal with the public in the morning, and then maybe get into the background reports that you've asked for, Councillor Little, and just have a bit more of a background discussion around a number of points. Certainly the asset management plan, and maybe with regards to with the draft master servicing plan, and that's how I always remember it. It was just a draft servicing management plan, and if there's other stuff that's out there that was passed by council, I think we need to see that, and those number of items. So I can, work with the CAO and maybe the Director of Public Utilities to see if does that sound like this council. I think council, in fairness to council, it would be good to get some discussion and some background on that whole big picture, would it not? What's your feelings? Councillor Nielsen?
I think one of the challenges, sir, ends up being timing and getting a date together. Deputy Mayor suggested the CAO hold spot before council meeting. If we go to try to find another day, it ends up getting difficult. We've seen time and time again, the clerk sends out a doodle and we try to accommodate everybody. This particular item seems to have a timeline to it due to the, like what the director had informed us of. Perhaps we should try to push through that rough, long day and have it booked where we know the date and get the information then. I agree that we need to have as much information as we can before us, before getting the decision. That would put us a couple of weeks from now. That was just my thought.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can always do the doodle, and if the default comes back to that morning, then we know we've tried. That's all, right? Any other thoughts, Councillor Allwood?
Thank you, Your Worship. I like your thought on scheduling this other than the morning of a council meeting, because we're talking about some heavy stuff here. That master servicing plan itself is a wordy document. I think I looked at it back when I campaigned unsuccessfully in 2014, but there is a system that this all works out of, right? That master service plan is the basis on which or councils, previous councils have planned the future, and we're inheriting that now as a new council, or some of us as a new council. So I like the idea of trying to find a day where we could split it into, the committee of the whole into two parts, have a public engagement part and then a deliberation part before the November the 4th council meeting would be my hope, but I know it's going to be a scheduling nightmare. However, I look forward to the do.
Just a comment with regards to in the past, and when we went through rate increases, and I know there was a public meeting I was mentioned earlier on that was at Kimberley Hall, and it was a little warm, may I say. You got a report here that's suggesting a 50% increase over the next 5 years. That's a pretty big ask. I think you're gonna, I think the due diligence of us needs to do that, and I think we need to know, and if it's supported, we got to make sure we know why we're supporting it in the sense of the background of, the purpose of why you do that is you try to make sure you build a reserve for future projects. So it's and I, as I said earlier on back, I think the first one we did, there was no reserve money, and I think, like I said, Sean had a motor sitting on the shelf that was rebuilt, and I mean there was just no money, and so we had and so we explained to the public at that time we needed to do this, and they bought into it. For the simple fact is, and when we got to the next one, we had some money, and as you heard Sean said, since then we've at least put some money aside. It's not, and then the second one, or the last one, then combining the systems, as we had heard that the one system was expensive, and being a class 3, it's, what did he say, we're only using 10% of its capacity, which is but it's an expensive system to because it's more surface water that we're dealing with, and there's a lot of complex issues around all those parts, and where had AMIC system had been a drilled well, which was originally proposed, but because of public pressure and it all got changed, so they went to a surface water system. It's very expensive to treat that water, and that's part of that extra cost. And so you try to balance all that stuff. There's a lot of stuff out there that I think council needs to, and especially the new councilors, they need that opportunity to understand and have that knowledge. That's at the end of the day, maybe we'd say, you know what, this makes sense, but everybody needs that background, because if you're going to support it, you need to know the background, because you're going to get questioned on it for sure. Councillor Allwood?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I tried to absorb the 2016 report before today's meeting on short notice, and it's 60 pages of material over in round numbers. I'd like to see the report that the presentation today was based on, basically. So I understand that that's coming shortly. And again, it's, that's a 50% increase in our rates to our ratepayers is even over 5 years is a big step. And when you look at the comparative numbers compared to some other municipalities, it puts us right at the top, at the highest rate. So we need to understand why, or if that is really necessary. So
well, it's all about choices, right? It's all about choices and moving forward.
Yep.
And there's certainly,
well, it's balancing risk. There's, as I recall, those, there's a risk aspect to it, and in the asset management planning aspect, and there's your risk and servicing applications. And so that those choices and how you balance that is the heavy lifting the council has to do when we're considering this stuff. And like I say, a lot of this stuff goes back. I remember the discussions around that master servicing plan, the big pipe, and people, a lot of our ratepayers refer to it as the pipe dream. But $41 million is a huge number, and I'd like to understand more about how we've used that report as a basis to develop these rate studies. And so it needs some time. I don't think it can be done in the morning before a council meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
I was just thinking we were getting off topic of meeting dates. So I was going to say that the Senior Advisory Committee meeting, I believe, and it's advertised here as 1 o'clock, but it's actually 1:30, I believe. That's what it shows in my calendar. There, now we're back on track.
Okay. I'm speechless. So let me just start from this. Councillor Little raised it. I think Councillor Allwood saying it. We need time to digest. There's a lot of information. We need that public utilities 101 just to sit down and understand it. I mean, years and years back, we used to have committee meetings. We'd have a PUC meeting in the morning and a roads meeting in the afternoon just to talk about all the items around that. We've changed that a lot, but there's a lot of information. At that time, we would have Ross Slaughter come down and he'd have all these maps and all these, boards, and he would explain the whole water system and where it all went. And I don't know if we still have those boards or not, but it was very useful. I found in the early days of I don't know, do you remember that, Councillor Allen? And Ross would come down with a box of 10 bits, and we would have a big conversation about, mind you, we paid for those 10 bits, no doubt. But I mean, it was very informative and very useful, and it was certainly that opportunity to get that background information for sure. Madam CEO, you popped up.
Thank you, Your Worship. May I make a suggestion? If I reach out to DFA and find out when the report's going to be available, and then perhaps the clerk can send out a doodly so that you have all the information ahead of time, and then we can plan the meeting date so that you're well prepared.
Right. And I want to say Sean's very, you can tell he's very averse of the systems. He, for going through that stuff, he knows this stuff, and he's been, gosh, I'm trying to think, he's been with us, I'm going to say 2005, maybe. I'm going to go back that long.
Sure,
or something like that.
But I do know staff are very tired right now. Sorry.
I know. So anyway, so let's do that. And it's almost 6 o'clock, and we try to get out of here by 6 o'clock. So is that okay with everyone then? I mean, the motion has been in place that we're going to have a committee of the whole, and the information will be forwarded, and then we can look at a date. I would suggest a full day, but we can do that by the doodle. Or 2 half days maybe. Okay, so nothing else. There's the meeting dates that are laid out there. Need one more motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded.
I apologize, Deputy Mayor, but I got Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Little. You.
Oh, darn. Oh, no worries. No worries.
I sort of put you guys are must be a long day because I said I need one more motion and there was like a time delay there. Okay, all in favor of that?
Absolutely.
That's good.
I oppose on principle.
Okay, that's 5:53. I got on my iPhone. Yep. So thanks everyone, and long day, but a lot of information, and we'll enjoy the evening because it's not raining for a change. So there you go. And Councillor Allen, I guess I owe you lunch. All right, take care.
Maybe dinner.
Bye now.
Thank you and good night. Thank you.
Good night.